I'm not interested in discussing what I'm about to tell you in a deeper retrospect. It is what it is, and I don't really care to think about how life could be different if I didn't know. My father was a medic in the war. When he came back, instead of furthering his medical education to become a doctor, he used his inheritance to purchase a bar in South Jersey. He was never affiliated with the mob, but he did on occasion associate with a few members that would go to his bar to drink. They were all on good terms. This was near Avalon in the late 60s. One night, when I was 16, I think it was a Tuesday, I know it was a school night, my father came home covered in blood. He looked over at me and said to go get him a towel and my mom, so I did what I was told. For some reason, when I saw him, I knew it wasn't his blood, that it belonged to one of my dad's associates. On typical nights, he got home around 4 a.m. after locking up the bar. But this night, he came home a few hours earlier. When my mom saw him, she almost fainted. My dad caught her and got blood all over her nightgown. I don't think he knew how bad he looked when he came in. He tells her, Pepper. Pepper's the name he called my mom. He goes, Pepper, calm down. It's not my blood. When she heard that, her demeanor switched from anguish to rage. When she knew my dad hadn't been hurt, that's when she got an attitude about the trail that he'd made that led from the front door to the kitchen. Both of us asking him, what happened? Whose blood is that? But before my dad explains, he looked at me. I guess his parental signals were firing off because he tells me that I'm not missing school tomorrow, no matter what, no matter how tired I am, and I need to get my ass to bed. So I did as I was told. Right when I shut my door, I had my ear pressed against it, trying to listen to what my dad was telling my mom. I couldn't hear it good enough, so I took the risk. I cracked my door, and I listened from the hallway atop the stairs. This is the story I heard. That night, my dad had just cleared everybody out of the bar. His bartender was sick that night, so it was only him taking out the trash and locking up. Somewhere in between those things, someone starts banging on the glass front door. My father ignored them, though, thinking it was just a couple of drunks who'd missed last call. Then, whoever was on the other side of the door addressed him by name. Along with the banging, someone was shouting, Marco, open up. It's an emergency. When he unlocked the door, 3 men entered his establishment. One of the men were being carried by the other 2. They told my dad to clear the pool table so they could lay the man down. All of them were dirty. He said it looked like they'd rolled down a dirty hill in tailored suits. The man laying on the pool table was the worse for wear. He was the one bleeding. When they laid him on the pool table, one of the men went to use the bar phone, while the other handed my dad what he thinks is a long rifle bag. The man tells him to put it in the freezer. The front room of the bar has dim lighting, and he didn't realize until he was actually setting the object down that it wasn't a bag with a long rifle. It was a human leg, cut from the thigh, shoe and pant leg still on it, like a mannequin at the store. When he was fighting overseas, my dad witnessed unspeakable carnage that probably changed the genetic makeup of his brain, because after he dropped the leg in the freezer, he immediately got materials to make a tourniquet. I mean, I was still stuck on this part of his story, and he was fully moving on. He goes out to the pool table and starts trying to get it around what's left of this guy's leg while asking everyone what happened. But all the other 2 guys kept saying was that he was attacked by something. The area where the leg had come off was cut clean. The skin hadn't been torn apart or burnt, like what you would see from explosions. As the one man slowly bled out on the table, the other 2 men argue back and forth about what they'd seen. These were tough guys, gangsters, and both of them, by my dad's description, looked like they were genuinely shaking in their boots from the experience. The man on the table was still conscious and writhing in pain. My dad gave him a bottle of liquor to help ease it in some way. There was no doubt in his mind that the man was going to die. A few minutes later, more headlights brighten up the bar's interior before the car turns off, and the men's boss, comes running in with 2 more goons. He says their doctor's on the way, and then he asks, "Where's Marvin?" Apparently, the group started with 4 members that night. Now one's missing, and another's dying on the pool table. He demanded to know what happened. They completely ignored my dad as he continued to work on the man, using all the knowledge he obtained in the military. The 4 men were unloading cargo from a truck by the vineyards on Highway 47. They were moving boxes in complete darkness. No headlights. Nobody's even allowed to smoke when they do these runs. And from what my dad heard, this transport run happened relatively often. Nothing was out of the ordinary about that night, until one of the guys saw what they thought was a flashlight heading their direction. He tells everyone to hide. All of them find their spots behind the truck out of view from the approaching light. Instinctually, they collectively loaded and readied their guns, thinking it was the cops or another crew. Anyone out there at night would be seen as an opposition and treated accordingly. They're staring at this growing ball of light from their hidden spots, and what they've perceived as an approaching light was only growing in size, not distance. It was already much closer than they'd originally thought. What began the size of a firefly morphed and expanded to the size of a bowling ball. Then it opened, like a window sliding up. They didn't know what to do. All of them slowly abandoned their hiding spots to get a closer look. The air around it felt electrically charged. As it opened, it sizzled like a car battery. On the other side of the window, they could see a completely different landscape. There were no stars in its sky, and the trees that surrounded them didn't populate the area being shown. They scanned the ground on the other side as their point of view dilated, and what they saw was a partially eaten deer carcass. Then, one of the men said a woman appeared from the other side. She was beautiful, dressed in all white. It looked like the long, flowing robe she wore glowed like the electric window that had opened up. They thought that she was an angel or something. When she came into view of the opening, it grew until it reached the grass. Then, the woman stepped through and over to their side. She stepped over the glowing line with grace. It was like she knew they were going to be there, and she was waiting to reveal herself. A member in the group called Gio took the first step towards her with his gun raised. He was yelling, telling her to identify herself. But she just stared at him. So he took another step towards her. Mid-step, she moves at him with insane speed, and they see her limbs are much longer than any normal person. Her hands, her fingers, were pointed and sharp. Not like her fingernails, but the fingers themselves resembled claws. It was a flash of movement in the blink of an eye. By the time Gio finished his second step, he went to put pressure on it, and his leg slid out from under his hip. When he fell, the remaining 3 unloaded every round they had into the woman. She wasn't able to move faster than bullets, and she fell to the grass backwards. But she's still alive. She was still moving, crawling, trying to get back to her side of wherever she'd come from. Marvin, another member of the group, reloads his .38 and follows her in. He stood over her and put 4 more bullets in the back of her head to make sure she was dead. Then, the glowing window closed. It shrank back down to the size of a firefly and disappeared. Marvin was gone. Nobody knew what happened or what to do next. Gio started screaming, and the other 2 men sprang into action, grabbing him and his leg and getting the hell out of there. The story was unbelievable, but seeing Gio on the pool table made it undeniable. He said that they had to ditch the truck, and that's when the boss stops him. The doctor had just come into the bar and relieved my dad of his medical duties. The boss walked up to my dad, stuck a wad of cash into his pocket, while thanking him for allowing them to use his bar. And then he tells my dad to go home, that they'd clean up and lock up the bar before they go. This man was someone that you don't say no to, and my dad was exhausted. He got his stuff and did what he was told. The next day, when he went to open the bar, it looked just as it did before, maybe even cleaner than he'd always left it, aside from a missing pool table that they'd replaced with a better one the week following. It looked normal. Marvin never came home, and I think people just assumed what happened. I was never dumb enough to let anyone know what I knew. Not that it even fully made sense to begin with. My father's bar was blessed and protected by his associates' association all the way until he sold it. Sometimes I wish I'd talked to my dad about this story while he was still around, but I realize he doesn't know any more than I do. I've had two experiences in my life that I still can't explain. Different moments, years apart, but both left me with the same lingering feeling, like something just outside my understanding had brushed against my world for a second before slipping away. The first time, I was a kid, 6 or 7 maybe. I lived in a bungalow, the kind of house where everything felt open, where you could see most of the rooms from any given spot. The hallway leading to my bedroom had a mirror hanging on the wall. A simple thing, nothing fancy, but big enough to catch reflections from across the house. I wasn't alone that day. My mom was sitting behind me, carefully parting my hair, her fingers working quickly and gently, the way only a mother's hands can. I remember I was just focused on the sunlight filtering through the windows, the faint clatter of dishes in the sink, and the murmur of the TV in another room. I glanced up just for a second, and my eyes caught the mirror. There, in the reflection, stood a woman. She wasn't my mother. She wasn't anyone I knew. Her clothes were old, worn, tattered at the edges, like she'd been wandering for too long. Her face was pale, expression unreadable for me, and she was just standing there, unmoving. I sucked in a breath, my body going rigid. I wanted to believe that it was just my imagination, that it really was as wild as adults always said it was. But I really felt her there, as if the air in the room had shifted just slightly, as if I had intruded on someone I wasn't meant to see. I tore my eyes away. A second later, I forced myself to look back. She was gone. Just an empty hallway. Just a mirror reflecting nothing more than an ordinary house. Clearly, my reaction was noticeable. I must have gone pale because my mom asked what was wrong. I hesitated, unsure how to explain what I'd just seen, unsure if I'd really seen it at all. I told myself, imagination, childhood perception, a moment of sleepy confusion. But even now, I remember how much my stomach dropped, how my skin prickled despite not being cold, and the overall feeling that she was in the room. I never saw her again, but that wasn't the last time something unexplainable happened. Fast forward years later, about a decade ago. I was older now, living in a different place, and I had mostly convinced myself that whatever I saw as a child was nothing more than a fleeting moment of overactive imagination. Then one night, something else happened. It was late, 4 a.m., that strange liminal hour where everything is too quiet, where the world feels half awake, half dreaming. I'd been tossing and turning, unable to fall back asleep, my mind drifting in and out of wakefulness. And then I felt a hand, not pressing, not grabbing, just a soft, deliberate caress against my back. I turned over, and I saw it, a shadowy figure hovering in front of my window. It wasn't like the woman in the mirror. This wasn't solid. It wasn't something standing in my room. It was something there and not there. A form made out of darkness, shifting at the edges like it was struggling to hold shape. And then, just as suddenly as I noticed it, it moved. Not towards me, toward the window. I watched as it drifted backward, flipping through the glass without a sound. One moment it was there, the next, nothing but a faint glow of the city outside. I lay there, staring at the empty space, my body tense, waiting for some lingering sense of terror to take over. But the fear never came. Instead, an overwhelming wave of emotion hit me. Not dread, not horror. Grief. A deep, aching sadness. Something raw and familiar. And that's when I thought of my aunt. She'd passed away when I was 8. She'd always been like a second mother to me. Someone who had comforted me, protected me, been there in the ways that mattered. It wasn't until later, when I checked the date, that I realized something. Her death anniversary was only a few days away. Was it her? Had she come to check on me, to remind me that she was watching over me? Or was it something else entirely? Something unknowable. Something that only borrowed the shape of what we miss the most. I don't have answers. I probably never will, but some nights when I'm half awake in the silence of my own room, I do find myself listening, wondering if somewhere just beyond my sight, she's still there. Weird things happen in my house sometimes. Little noises, misplaced objects, the occasional creak in the floorboards when no one's walking. Nothing I've ever been too concerned about. My husband is a hardcore skeptic, so that helps. The type to immediately debunk anything strange, so whenever something does happen, he usually has an explanation before I can finish my sentence. But this time, he didn't. It was late, past midnight. I was winding down on the couch watching TV. My husband had fallen asleep beside me, lightly snoring. The house was quiet aside from the low hum of the show playing in the background. And that's when I heard voices. Not just a sound, not just a random noise. 3 distinct men, separate voices, having a full-blown conversation. Their voices were low and muffled, but constant, like they were standing just outside my back door. I immediately paused the TV. The voices didn't stop. My first thought was that someone was outside, maybe on the patio or near the driveway. My husband and I live in a quiet area, so hearing people talking outside this late was unusual. I got up, crept to the back door, and peered outside. No one, no movement, no wind, just the dark outline of our yard stretching into the night. I hesitated for a second. I shook it off and went back to the couch. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I misheard. I turned the TV back on and I tried to relax. But then, the voices started again. I paused the TV immediately. This time, I really listened. The voices weren't coming from outside. They were coming from inside the house. More specifically, from the oil tank room. Now, our oil tank room is an unfurnished concrete space in the basement. There's no reason anyone would be in there. No vents or pipes that carry outside noise inside. Just solid walls, cold floors, and an empty space where the tank sits. But I was clearly hearing someone there. Someone's. I shook my husband awake, whispering, "Do you hear that?" He groggily sat up, frowning at me, and then he stopped. His expression changed. "Yeah," he muttered. "What the hell is that?" For once, he didn't have an explanation. No, it's just the house settling, or probably a radio from next door. He just sat there, listening with me, both of us frozen. The voices continued, low and constant. We couldn't make out the words, but we knew they were talking. I wasn't about to go look, neither was he. So we just sat there, listening, until finally, about 15 minutes later, the voices faded, just gone, as if they'd never been there. After that, we just went to bed, pretending nothing had happened. We haven't talked about it since because it's never happened again, but I haven't sat in the living room alone at night since. A friend of mine lived in this really old building, a real relic, built sometime in the early 1800s in a tiny Texas town that looked like it hadn't changed much since. His apartment was upstairs with businesses below. The whole place had originally been some kind of small factory, but over the years it had been chopped up, repurposed into modern living spaces. Of course, modern is a stretch. There were plenty of reminders that this place wasn't originally meant to be lived in. The weirdest one, the small door in the closet that led to, well, nothing really. Just an odd, empty space between the walls, like a forgotten gap in the architecture. It didn't seem to serve a purpose, except for occasionally blowing itself open with an icy draft, which he chalked up to bad remodeling. And that's the same reasoning he used for the noises that he'd sometimes hear from behind it. Soft rustling, quiet thuds. The kind of thing you hear and convince yourself that it's just the building settling, even when it doesn't quite sound like that. And then there were the windows. They'd be open, randomly, not just the ones that he and his girlfriend had opened, but others, ones that neither of them had touched. He'd come home and find them open, close them, and then later they'd be open again. At first he figured that the latches were old and loose, maybe weak enough to give way over time. It was weird, sure, but not enough to lose sleep over. That changed the day that he stayed home from work. He was in the kitchen when he heard it. Click. The unmistakable sound of a window latch popping open. Then another. Then another. One after the other, moving in a line across the apartment, as if someone was walking through the living room, unlatching them, one by one. And then, all at once, they swung open. Every single one. He grabbed his keys and left. No hesitation. Spent the rest of the day somewhere, anywhere else. When he came back that weekend, he tried to find some kind of logical explanation, checking the latches, looking for drafts, anything that could have caused it. Everything seemed normal. For a while, nothing weird happened again. Then, a month later, his girlfriend stayed home alone. She called him, freaking out, saying that it had just happened to her. The windows, one after the other, and then all of them at once. At that point, they both just accepted it. The windows were weird. The building was weird. Maybe the whole town was weird. Whatever, it wasn't dangerous, right? And then they got the dog. It was a puppy, stupidly happy, always running around, chewing on stuff it wasn't supposed to, doing all the things puppies do. But there were moments, specific moments, when all of that stopped. Whenever the closet door blew open or the windows unlatched, the puppy would freeze. It would stop playing, stop wagging its tail, just go completely still. And then it would watch something. Its eyes would lock onto a point in the room where, as far as they could tell, there was nothing. And then, without breaking focus, its gaze would slowly track across the space, like it was following someone moving through the apartment. They never saw anything, never heard anything, but the dog did. And after the third or fourth time it happened, they decided they weren't going to wait around to figure out what it was that was watching. They moved out. No second thoughts, no regrets, just gone. This is the only real paranormal experience anyone in my family's ever had, but it gives me chills every time I think about it. Back in the late 70s, my mom was staying the night at a friend's house. It wasn't anything unusual, just a normal sleepover. They had hung out, probably listening to records, and then eventually went to bed. My mom was sleeping alone in the guest room, which had a little beauty desk with a mirror against the wall. It was sort of built into it. Sometime in the early morning, she woke up. She wasn't sure why at first, but then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. There, sitting at the beauty desk, was a girl brushing her hair. Half asleep, my mom just assumed it was her friend. It was early. Maybe she'd woken up to get ready for the day. My mom mumbled something, probably a groggy, "What time is it?" or "You're up early." The girl didn't respond. She just kept brushing her hair. My mom wasn't alarmed. She was tired, and if her friend didn't feel like talking, whatever. She rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, she mentioned it casually. Her friend gave her a weird look. I never got up. I was sleeping all night till we got up. It unsettled my mom, but she didn't push it. Maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she just thought she'd woken up. She let it go until she heard the rest. Later, she found out that a girl had lived in that house before her friend's family had moved in, and that girl had died by taking her own life in that room at that beauty desk. It was the only paranormal experience my mom ever had, and to this day, she swears she was awake when she saw that girl brushing her hair. And honestly, I believe her. When I was in high school, my parents worked shifts at the hospital, so I was often home alone at night with my dog. On this particular night, it was around 10 p.m. My dad had already left and my mom was about to head out, leaving me alone for a few hours until he got home. As she was leaving, she pointed to a small pile of t-shirts near the stairs. My dog liked to lay on them, and she said, "Make sure you put these in the laundry hamper." The hamper was in their bedroom upstairs, so I bent down, scooped up the pile, and casually tossed it up the stairs. I didn't aim carefully, just threw it so they would land in the hallway, planning to grab it when I went to bed. My mom said goodbye, gave the dog a few pats, and then left. I called my dog to come upstairs with me, and we walked up together. But when I got to the top of the stairs, the laundry was gone. I checked my room first. Nothing. Hallway, nothing. Finally, I walked into my parents' room, and there it was, the pile of t-shirts, sitting neatly in the middle of the carpet. And trust me when I say, the layout of the house made that impossible. I hadn't thrown it anywhere near their bedroom. It should have landed right outside my door. Even if it had bounced weirdly, there was no way that it could have made it that far, at that angle, without someone physically moving it. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. My dog stood beside me, ears perked, staring at the pile. I hesitated before picking up the clothes, suddenly uneasy. And then I saw something. Underneath the pile, right where it had landed, was a small burn mark on the carpet, slightly larger than a quarter, darkened and sunken in, like something hot had rested there for quite some time. There was no smell, no smoke, just that perfect scorched imprint. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding. I'd been in this room every day. I would have noticed this mark before. I didn't really know what to do, so I just grabbed the laundry, tossed it in the hamper, and got ready for bed as fast as I could. I tried to sleep, tried to push it out of my mind, but I still think about it all the time, and I still don't have an explanation. few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments. Over 100 years old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, were you guys being super quiet or..." "What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home." His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. "I'm staying at your place." I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. This happened today, and I need to get it out while it's fresh because I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. I was home with my daughter, just a normal afternoon. She was in her room and I was folding laundry, not thinking about much. Then, out of nowhere, I heard my husband yell my name, angry, like I'd done something to piss him off. It stopped me cold. He wasn't supposed to be home yet, and he would never speak like that in front of our daughter. Before I could even move, my daughter came out of her room. She didn't say anything, just stood there, fidgeting, eyes darting between me and the direction of the voice, and I could tell that she was nervous, waiting for me to explain it. I grabbed my phone and called my husband. He picked up after a few rings. "Are you home?" I asked. "No," he said. "I'm still at work. Why?" I didn't know what to say. I just stood there, listening to how wrong the silence felt. The thing is, this isn't the first time. For months now, I've been hearing my husband's voice when he's not home. Sometimes it's distant, like he's talking in another room. Sometimes he calls my name, like he did today, but in a normal tone. The first few times, I brushed it off. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just used to the sound of his voice and my brain was filling in the silence. But this time was different. This time, my daughter heard it too. Now I don't really know what's worse. The fact that there's something in this house that's mimicking my husband's voice, or the fact that it's getting bolder, angrier. So this is sort of a strange story, but since I can't stop thinking about it, I thought I'd share it with you. I I've heard of doppelgangers, mainly the forms of fiction or an innocent joke. Though in my 43 years on this earth, I've never had someone tell me that I so much as look like someone or resemble someone. I've been living in this neighborhood for almost 15 years, and as a result, I know just about everyone in town, and likewise, they know me. However, the last 2 weeks have been strange, in that several people, whom I don't know, have mentioned knowing my doppelganger. The first instance, I was standing on a busy downtown street corner, waiting for the light to change as I headed to a doctor's appointment. A woman approached me and asked if I had decided where we were going to have lunch. I looked at her and said, "I don't know who you are. Why would I be going to lunch with you?" She told me to stop joking around, that we would have to find somewhere to have lunch quickly, as she had to get back to work. She would not believe me when I said I didn't know her, so I pulled out a couple pieces of identification, and I showed her I was not who she thought I was. She was shocked. Apparently, I was her brother. Exact same looks, clothes, and mannerisms. She also said her brother was a joker, and that this was the type of stunt that he would pull on her for a laugh. She looked at me suspiciously, even though I had proven my case. She asked if I could stay with her until her brother arrived. I really wanted to, but I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and if I hadn't gotten moving then, I'd be late. In retrospect, I wish I would have stayed to meet the guy. Maybe less than a week after that appointment, I was approached by yet another woman I didn't know. This time, I was standing at the bar of a place that I'd only been to a couple of times. I had my beer, and the plan was to watch the rest of the T-Birds game before heading home. And that's when this woman approaches the bar. She didn't ask me anything at first, but I could tell she was looking at me. And then she just casually said, "Hey." I greeted her, but I could tell she thought she knew me. After standing for a moment, she says, "I can't believe you're not going to say anything about last night." She was angry or frustrated. I looked at her confused and asked her, "Is it possible you're mistaking me for someone else?" She scoffed, told me to stop fucking around. I went to grab my ID from my wallet, fully prepared to prove my case yet again, but before I could, she grabbed my beer and splashed it in my face. What the hell? By the time I could see again, she was gone. The bartender was looking at me like, "Damn, what did you do, dude?" I asked the guy, "Who was that woman?" He laughs. Apparently, he thought I was kidding. So, another case of severely mistaken identity. Leaving the bar that night, I was honestly a little on edge. It was fine when I was innocently mistaken as someone's brother, but now this doppelganger is really pissing people off, and I'm somehow getting the brunt of it all. That was the last experience I had that jolted me, but evidently, this man, my look-alike, lives in the town I work in. I noticed as many people have started to greet me as him, so I know that his name is Dean. "Hey, Dean." What the hell does one say to that? I've gotten to the point where I just ignore them, which maybe that's not a good look for Dean, but as far as I'm concerned, this was my face first, my town. Like, where did this guy come from? Why do I feel like somehow I'm being erased? To this day, I've never met him. And honestly, I don't really know if I want to. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on 2 legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. Several years ago, I was dating a woman who, when I first met her, I thought, this is a woman who is as enthusiastic about adventure and the outdoors as I am. Granted, the more I got to know her, I realized she was actually much more adventurous than even myself. She had a thing for finding haunted or abandoned locations and exploring them, usually solo. Not to sound sexist, but at the time, this heavily concerned me. Guess it still kind of does. I know that she could take care of herself for the most part, but some of these locations were places that even I wouldn't venture into alone. And some were places that clearly lots of people ventured into, and often. For as many places as we visited and as many things as we did, there was only one time we actually experienced something while together, something scary. We were visiting the California coast and had found our way to the Queen Mary. For anyone who doesn't know it, the ship is permanently moored along the coast of Long Beach, California. Before we took the tour, I didn't know anything about it, especially that it was known to be haunted. It was an active ship for over 30 years. We learned that during its time as a working ship, it had experienced more than a few tragedies. Though they all seemed to be genuine tragedies, like collisions, fires, etc. However, what ultimately took out the ship was rather average. Business wasn't great. After operating at a loss for several years in a row, it was sold, becoming the almost landmark that it is today. So going into this whole thing, I didn't have any preconceived notions. I just learned as I went. We eventually made our way to the engine room. It was an interesting area with lots to stop and look at, but it also had these tight doorways that made me feel uncomfortable. Part of me just felt claustrophobic, which I hate. At one point, my date stops me and says, "Okay, listen." At first, I thought she was going to tell me something else, so either way, I waited and listened. But soon I realized that she was telling me to listen to our surroundings. She closed her eyes, so I did the same, even though it felt a little weird. I didn't know exactly what I was listening for, but eventually I was hearing things. Mainly sounds of a ship, right? Creaks, metal on metal. But there really was more. It felt like the sound of an alarm. Not directly next to us and not loud. It was distant for sure, but it didn't really sound like any alarm I'd ever heard. It sounded kind of old. I opened my eyes and my date was looking at me. She asked, "So, did you hear it?" And before I could ask her if she meant the alarm, I felt an immense cold take over my whole body, just for a brief instant, but it was to the bone. It was as if someone or something had passed directly through me. I felt sick, like maybe I was about to puke. The thought of puking during a public tour was humiliating enough, but then I started to feel dizzy. So not only was I going to puke, now I was going to pass out too. I imagined myself passing out into my own puke, and there was just no way. I tried to continue walking in the direction that would lead us out of the engine room. For a minute, I was sure I was pulling it off, but my date thought otherwise. She stopped me, asking if I was all right. In the moment that she did, I felt a soaring pain through my chest. I've never felt anything like it. That's what I remember thinking at the time. I also remember thinking it's horrible, but it was brief. What's odd now, though, is that I don't really remember the pain itself. What I recall most is that as soon as the pain ceased, so did everything else. I wasn't nauseous anymore, and the dizziness had subsided. Even my date could see the shift, and she exhaled in relief that I was okay. Then she asked me again, did I hear it? I told her I heard what I thought sounded like an alarm, a weird old alarm, and I watched her expression turn up into a smile. She told me she'd been here before, that she'd seen something there before. A man. He was a young man, sweaty, dressed in overalls. Most unsettling to her was that the man came up from behind her, and it was just after she'd heard what she swore was an old alarm. He was running, and she barely moved out of the way as he passed by, where she watched him disappear while passing through the various doorways. Not gonna lie, I felt very much like leaving after she told me this story, so I continued towards the path to exit. All the while, my date is just hyped up and excited, retelling me of her experience, saying how cold it felt suddenly. I wondered if that same guy hadn't just ran into me inside this place. I know this next part is silly, but I was sort of frustrated, or or maybe just felt chilled by my date's choice not to tell me what I was walking into. Something, no idea what, but maybe it's that same thing she saw, but something nonetheless ran into me. I've never felt a chill like that. Not before, not since. I don't like to mess with ghosts and such. I mean, honestly, before this, I think I mainly didn't believe in ghosts out of fear. I don't like to think about what it means to be a spirit, how one gets there, how one doesn't. I mean, respect for the dead, for sure, but I'm not eager to communicate with them. If you ever find yourself in Long Beach, maybe give it a visit and decide for yourself. Oh, and you can sleep there, like rent a room. They're beautiful, but no thank you. Knock yourself out. I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. Three years ago was a busy, hectic time in my life. I was graduating college, started a new job, broke up with my boyfriend, and my grandpa had just died. He was pretty old, but naturally, I was sad. Normally, I try to be a very organized person, but during this time, I was especially disorganized. Sure, I managed to keep my room and car clean, but my brain was a disaster. When your brain is fried like that, it's like you have no business even taking care of yourself. At least that was my experience. One night after working an almost 12-hour shift, I found myself barely making it to my car. I was so tired. It wasn't until I was already inside the car that I realized that I didn't have to unlock anything. I was so pissed at myself. I double-checked the glove box to make sure nothing was missing. I kept my spare apartment key in the glove box, and thankfully, it was still there. I made a mental note in my flurry of mental notes to remember to lock my damn car. As I drove home, I argued with myself. Had I even opened the glove box, or was it already open? But nothing was missing, so I let myself forget and decided I'd park where I could see my car moving forward. A few nights after this, I had a strange experience at work. The first thing was when I went to grab my purse from the employee lockers. It was obvious that someone had moved my purse. I was put off by this because up until this point, I'd basically trusted everyone I worked with. But as I looked through my purse, I noticed nothing was actually missing, including the cash in my wallet, which was still there. About 30 minutes later, it was time for me to officially clock out. While walking to my car, I felt like someone was watching me. It was a strange sensation that I wasn't sure how to place, but I found myself looking around. But scanning back towards the restaurant, I can see someone peering through the back door window. I don't get a good enough look at them to see exactly who it is before they move away from the window. But it's someone, and they must work here since this door is an employee-only door and located in the back of the kitchen. It freaks me out. Just to feel someone is watching you, and then to have your fears realized, actualized. I didn't like it, so I got into my car as quickly as I could. The next day, I called in sick for work. I should have worked that night, but I'd spent the previous night and all that morning working on something that would be the difference between me graduating on time or not. So I made the split-second decision, called my friend Lily to cover me. Through all the stress, I'd basically forgotten all the weirdness from the week. until later that evening, when I got a call from my dad. I literally almost didn't answer because of how stressed I was, but I did anyway, sounding a little annoyed to keep it short. But before I could even finish my hello, Dad, he was asking me, very seriously, if I had my apartment key. A little confused, I told him of course I had my keys. He asked me again, and he told me to be sure I had my house key. Annoyed, I told him yes, I have my keys. I'm staring at my house key as we speak. And what about your spare key? He asked. For some reason, this gave me chills. I asked my dad what the hell was going on. He says he'll explain everything, but he needs to know if I have my spare key. Fine, I tell him. I'll go check. I ran to my car and went through the motions, totally expecting to find my key, and I did. I relay the message to my dad, and he tells me that they caught a man trying to break into their house that evening. My parents lived 15 minutes in the other direction from my work, and so, though concerned, I wasn't sure why they were calling me and asking about my key. My dad continues, saying he and my mom were in bed, which sounded more appropriate for 9 p.m. My parents are older, like in their 60s. I'm 23 at this point. But they weren't asleep. My mom tells my dad, whose hearing isn't so great, that she thinks someone's trying to unlock the door. The only other person with a key to my parents' house is me, and I keep it on my key ring with all my other keys in my purse. So my dad just gets up and looks out their bedroom window, from which you can see the front door. He sees a man wearing all black, including gloves, well lit under the porch light. Sure enough, he appears to be trying to get inside the door. My dad has my mom phone the police. Meanwhile, this man doesn't appear to be doing anything to try to get inside, other than trying to use this key to open the door. My dad grabs his gun, and as he walks towards the front door, he doesn't see the man through the peephole. My mom shuffles out saying that they're trying to unlock the side door now. This is a door on the side of the house that leads to the laundry room outside my parents' room. My dad heads to the only door left, the back door. And when he does, the lights are instantly triggered outside. Not by my dad, but by the man who was making his way to the same door. I guess because the inside lights were still off, he didn't seem to notice my dad standing directly on the other side of the doors, despite there being a window. Then the man tries, as he did with the others, to unlock the door with a key that clearly doesn't fit. My dad opens the door, and almost immediately the man drops everything and stumbles backwards. Before he can get up, my dad tells him not to move, all while pointing his pistol at the guy. The guy scrambled for words and said that he thought this was his friend's house. He was told to let himself in. My dad isn't buying it, asks the man what his friend's name is. After not answering for a while, he says my name. The police show up. My dad puts his gun away, and the police initially just stop the guy, saying they need to ask him some questions. So obviously my dad stays out there to get as much information as he can. At this point in the story, I stop my dad and I ask him who the hell the guy is. He says the guy's name, Shane, asking me if I know the guy. I know someone with that first name, and my mind just starts racing. My dad asks me if I know this guy. When I tell him who he is, he gets quiet. In his silence, so many thoughts are going through my head. My dad speaks up and tells me very seriously, we need to have your landlord change your locks. But why? What was going on? How did Shane from work know where my parents lived? And why did my dad think he had my key? That's when my dad told me the rest of the story. He collected the things that Shane had dropped in surprise. Among them was the key he'd been using to try to get inside my parents' house. My dad took the key, and as the police continued to speak to the man, he went inside to grab his key ring. On it, he keeps a copy of my keys. He compares the two, and they match. This is why my dad thought the man had one of my keys. He asks me if anything suspicious has happened lately, and that's when I go through the events of the last couple of weeks. After explaining everything, we realize that the guy must have made a copy of my key. I started replaying all of those moments in my head, every interaction I'd had with Shane since he started working at the restaurant. I thought of the man staring at me from the back. I played the purse and car incident over and over again in my head. Was Shane working those nights, those days? Damn me for not paying more attention, I thought. But that's when I realized something else. My address. I had never updated my address. My registration, my ID, everything in my glove box and wallet shows the same address. My parents' address. Holy shit. I literally felt so violated and immediately felt the need to recheck all of my locks and doors and windows, and I just fully panicked with my dad on the phone. That's when he had to go. He said he'd call me back once the police left. I had no idea they were even still there. But feeling 8 years old all over again, I begged him not to hang up. So he handed the phone off to my mom. She did her best to comfort me, but I hated that I could feel the fear in her voice. She wanted me to basically tell her everything I'd just told my dad, but I couldn't even get my head to stop spinning. What else had he taken? What was he going to do? I told my mom to have Dad call me back. I definitely wasn't going to be sleeping, but I needed to call my friend Lily. I asked Lily if she's still at the restaurant, and she says she is. So I ask her to send me a picture of the schedule from the last 2 weeks. She's confused but agrees to do it. I tell her I'll explain everything when I compare our schedules. I noticed that Shane was the closing cook on most of my shifts, except for Wednesdays and Fridays. It was a Wednesday that I'd left my car unlocked. A few times he would leave his shift 30 minutes after I started mine. He had time and opportunity, I reasoned with myself. The night that someone had been watching me, he was one of 2 closers. He wasn't working the night that my purse was rifled through, but almost everything else had matched. Still, something didn't feel right. One thing that just made my head spin was how absolutely under the radar this guy had been. He never struck me as someone who even wanted to talk to girls, let alone creep on them. I noticed he was a little shy. He always said hi to us girls, though almost always immediately put his head down, as if eye contact were too much for him. But I guess I'd hardly noticed him, and that kind of scared me. My dad called me back, and that's when he told me that he thought I should call my employer, that I should definitely quit my job. He tells me the police can't really confirm his identity. He's not carrying any ID, and he doesn't appear to have a vehicle nearby. My dad is furious, cursing and saying things under his breath about how they better do their job. He again mentions that I need to quit mine a few times. He's saying other stuff, but I started breaking down. But then he said something that at first just seemed like him blowing off steam, but then it makes me snap out of it immediately and ask him, "Wait, what did you just say? Short piece of shit?" Shane isn't short, not by a long shot. He's got at least a few inches on my dad and several on me. That's when I tell my dad he needs to tell the police right now that the man they're talking to isn't who he says he is. I ask my dad, describe the man to me in detail. So he does. And that's when I look at the photos of the schedules and I compare them once more. But this time, I compare them against Manny's schedule. But unlike Shane, Manny's is a perfect match. Except for Fridays, and tonight was Friday. I tell my dad I know exactly who that guy is. I go on Facebook and take a screenshot of Manny's Facebook. I send it to my dad. He tells me to hold on while he shows the officer. I felt slightly fired up at this point. I shout to my dad that he's impersonating someone and I can prove it. He still has me on hold, and I'm pacing within my apartment. Finally, I hang up. I call Lily's cell phone and explain everything. She's shocked. She also throws in that she wishes I would have told her what I was doing earlier, because she could have told me that Shane was working tonight. We spend a couple of minutes talking about how shocked we both are. We've both known Manny for over a year. We would have never, in a million years, have predicted he'd be capable of anything remotely shady. He was kind, helpful, but not too helpful. I mean, the guy had a fucking family. We both met his kid, his wife. I tell Lily I gotta call her back. My dad's calling. I answer, and he tells me Manny's been arrested. He sounds defeated, and I assume it's because he's tired. But then he tells me the police searched Manny's bag, and it was clear he had nefarious intentions. It was also clear that he'd initially lied to police about his identity. I begged my dad to tell me what they found in the bag, and reluctantly, he eventually did. Duct tape, zip ties, a ski mask, condoms, lube, pills, a knife, and a photo of his family. What the actual fuck? Sick to my stomach is the only way I can describe how I felt. I wasn't even scared anymore. I was just fully disgusted, and it dawned on me how goddamn lucky I was. I'd been so stressed out, letting a lot of things slip my mind. I'd let my guard down, probably, but I'd also forgotten to do simple things like update my address, and thank fucking God for that. I did end up quitting my job. So did Lily. Why? Because Manny started showing up again. He'd gotten out of jail, and he was trying to get his job back. Absolutely not. This is how people end up dead, staying in places like this. School was over for me. Nothing was keeping me there, so I left. I decided to keep my address as my parents' and use a P.O. box for everything else. I moved to somewhere I won't name here, somewhere far enough away that I don't think Manny could find me. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it, just about all the time. Less than a year ago, I moved to a new house in a fairly rural area. I'm only a few minutes outside of town, but I don't really have any neighbors. It's a nice place. I sort of spent my life savings on the down payment, expecting it to be my forever home. But there's already been so many awful memories that I don't even know if I want to live here anymore. The previous owner, they swore it was haunted. I don't personally believe in that kind of stuff, but within a few days, I started to reevaluate my position. I'd hear footsteps when no one was there, and the worst of it happened at night. Items in the kitchen would get moved around, along with the TV remote. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Then I started taking pictures of where things were before going to bed, and I knew something was going on. Next, I bought cameras to put up in the kitchen and the living room, and I had my answer the following morning. The bottom of the staircase is paneled, and it used to have a large square air vent. I watched in absolute horror as that vent cover was removed and a filthy old man came out of the crawl space. He was bald, had a full, scraggly beard, and wore a torn wife beater, a pair of stained swimming trunks, and flip-flops. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where he helped himself to dinner and snacks. After eating, he took some bottled water and snacks back beneath the stairs and reappeared a moment later with a bag of trash that he took outside. He had a whole routine. Next, he sat on the couch, watched TV for a few hours before going upstairs. There's only a couple of rooms and a second bathroom up there, so I didn't install cameras in those places. It terrifies me to think about what he was doing up there. He didn't come back down for over a half an hour, but that's when he finally went back into his cubbyhole and replaced the vent cover. I watched the whole video while sitting less than 20 feet away from the staircase, and I still couldn't really wrap my head around the fact that someone was actually living under there. It didn't seem like he noticed the cameras, so I felt safe enough to stay there a while I waited for the police. I wasn't sure how much he could hear, so I stepped outside to make the call. And I watched that air vent like a hawk until they arrived. I met the officers outside to show them the recording, after which they said the most horrifying thing I could imagine. Apparently, this sort of thing, secret roommates, isn't that uncommon. I don't understand how this is an actual thing. Since we didn't know if the man had any weapons, the police let me wait in their squad car while they removed my unwanted guest. They said he surrendered without a fight, but he saw me when they brought him outside, and he gave me the most hateful glare I've ever been on the receiving end of. If looks could kill, I would have dropped dead on the spot. When asked if I wanted to press charges, I enthusiastically agreed. I know there's got to be some of you thinking he was just a harmless old man down on his luck. Maybe you think I'm awful. Maybe I am. When I made that decision, I was only thinking about my own peace of mind. I didn't want to go to bed every night wondering if he would try to get back into my house. When I made that decision, I had no idea that he was a murderer. The police, they didn't make that discovery until they booked him and ran his DNA, which had been sitting in a system, unidentified. He'd been linked to the murder of a woman who was killed while hitchhiking in the 90s. Who knows if he has more victims out there? I've since added a door to the space under the stairs and converted it to a storage space. Even though my former secret roommate won't be getting out of prison during this lifetime, it still makes me feel better if I can see inside all the nooks and crannies. I guess that's it, though. That's my story. I wish like hell it wasn't true, but thanks for listening. I remember when I was 12, I came home from school and I heard the side door slowly creak open. I thought my mom had come home early from work and was trying to bring in some groceries. I called my mom and I heard no answer. So I looked out the kitchen window and her car wasn't parked in the driveway. I thought that was a little odd, so I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I began hearing faint footsteps walk down the basement stairs, almost like someone was tiptoeing down the stairs. They were walking slowly, kind of like a kid trying to evade detection for a midnight snack. I thought there was an uninvited guest in the house, so I made a mad dash for the front door and got the hell out of there. I spent the next several hours standing at a safe distance from the house to see if an intruder exited from the front, side, or back door. This was before cell phones, so I had no way of calling for help. I don't understand why I wouldn't have tried to go to the neighbor's house and ask for help, but I was 12, so maybe I didn't have the best judgment. Several hours later, my mom came home, and I told her that someone was in the house. She was unfazed. She told me to wait outside so she could go check out the house. But I wasn't going to let my mom go in alone. She grabs a butcher knife, I grab a baseball bat, and we check every room, starting with the basement. I was terrified. We got through the entire house and there was no one there. Many events transpired after this story, and many were equally as terrifying. The neighbors behind our house told us a little about the family who lived there before us. The mother of the family would walk up and down our road all day, wearing the same floral pattern dress. I don't know about the father, but I do know they had a son, and they also owned multiple German shepherds. My neighbor said that there were times at night that they could hear the German shepherds crying from inside the house. This would happen often late at night. The son was very dark and antisocial. That's all I knew about him. I don't know if any of this is related to the haunting, but it's disturbing nonetheless. Anyway, before this, my stepbrother came to live with us for a few years. He moved into my old room. I moved into my brother's room, sharing a bunk bed. He didn't tell us at the time, but my stepbrother was experiencing some strange things in his room at night. It took him a while to share what happened, but on this one occasion, he kept waking up at different times of the night. He said each time he woke up, he'd find his leg dangling off the side of the bed, and his blanket would be on the floor. This happened several times over the course of the night. When he woke up the next morning, he was face down in the middle of the room. When I stayed in this room growing up, I was always terrified. My mom would sing lullabies to calm me down and would sometimes play gospel music in the background to drown out the noise of that house. We would hear inexplicable noises, like loud crashings. It sounded like glass shattering, and it would always come from upstairs. We would go investigate and never find anything broken. One time, we came home late from church and found a red stain on the carpet that hadn't been there prior. It looked like blood. Another time, my mom was sorting coupons on the floor, and they would move further away from where she put them. She thought she was going crazy at one point and would take meds to go to sleep. One night, I was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and someone whispered into my ear, "I love you." I hopped out of bed to wake up my brother, who was fast asleep on the top bunk. We had an old-fashioned TV in one room that would turn on by itself. The TV had a knob for a power button. In order for you to turn the TV on, you had to pull on the knob, and the power would go on. There wasn't a controller for this TV, and you had to manually change the channels. So in order for the TV to go on, you had to apply a reasonable level of force. We had appliances that would turn themselves on, namely the vacuum and TV. The fight-or-flight response was a constant feeling in that home for all of us. It never felt right. It felt very wrong. Like there was an invisible stalker who was constantly monitoring our every move. I remember my mom had a spiritualist come to the house to investigate the home and bless it. In the basement, the lady had visions of bondage, a woman being bound while being physically and sexually abused. She also said that she picked up on animals being abused in the home. She did a thorough blessing of the house. Unfortunately, it didn't do much. This is a story about a ghost I saw. I was a teenager when this happened. I was with a friend, and we both saw her. One night, I was outside on my porch smoking a cigarette, and I saw my buddy pull down the street in his beat-up 90s BMW. He excitedly jumps out of the car with the biggest flashlight I've ever seen. You could literally light up a block with this thing, and that's exactly what we did. We flashed the light down the street a few times, flashed it at houses. The dark rooms were suddenly illuminated, and I was really impressed by how bright this thing was. Oh, the simple pleasures of two rebellious teenagers. The whole neighborhood light show started to get old, so we started walking down my driveway towards the house. It was a long driveway, and at the end of it was my garage. My neighbor's backyard was separated from our property line by tall hedges. I decided this was a great place to test the strength of this light before we walked into my house, so I lit up my driveway, all the way down to the gap between the properties. I paused the light for a few moments, and we were absolutely terrified by what we saw next. An older woman wearing a dark dress walked from behind my garage to my neighbor's property. She was looking down at her feet as she was walking, and she disappeared behind the hedges. Her movements were very unnatural. We both looked at each other, terrified. "Did you see that?" We ran back down the driveway to his car parked on the road. We sat there for a good half hour, trying to process what had just happened. I slept with the lights on that night. There have been other moments in life that I was just as scared. I almost drowned in a kayaking accident. I got lost in the wilderness, had a very bad LSD trip in my early 20s, and encountered what I believe was a young, demon-possessed woman. But this one, it has to rank close to the top of terror level for me. My name's Ginger, and in a time before iPhones, me and my husband were on an AT&T plan, and it came with 2 brand new Razr flip phones. My late husband Keith was a karate instructor. The dojo was his second home. His last class would usually end at 10, and then he'd be there for a couple of more hours to clean before locking up. Keith was a third-degree black belt and had competed all over the world before opening up his own business. That's actually how we met. I was working at a firm that he'd one day stroll into, seeking free legal advice on some contracts. Keith fit every aspect of tall, dark, and handsome. He was kind and funny, but God bless the man. He was dumb as a box of rocks. I gave him the legal advice, and a week later he was back in my office. This time he was asking me out to dinner. I fell for his endearing optimism about life, and we'd be married 6 months later. In 2004, I worked from home, still with the same firm. We've decided to dip our toes into electronic filing since the explosion of the internet arrived, and I was able to do data management as a telecommuter. One evening, I got out of the shower, still in my towel, when my phone buzzed on the bathroom sink. It was a text message from Keith asking, "Are you home?" ? I text back something like, "Obviously, where else would I be?" A few minutes later, he replies saying that he's lost his house keys and if I could unlock the door. I text back, "Sure," but I take my time to dry off and get dressed from the shower. It was still early, and I knew I had at least 3 or 4 hours before Keith would actually be coming home. After getting dressed, I sit on the computer to look over a case file while the 6 o'clock news quietly hums in the background. My concentration's interrupted when the handle of my front door starts to jiggle, and the wood of the door creaks from the pressure on the other side. There's a window right next to the door, so I jump out of my chair and into the hallway, out of view from the living room. I'm automatically scared. It couldn't be Keith. There's no reason he should be home this early. The person on the other side starts knocking on the door, harder and harder. Then, the pounding stops. A few seconds later, I hear the buzz of my phone on the wooden coffee table in the living room. I sit in the hallway and wait until I'm pretty sure the person had left. Slow as molasses, I make my way to the peephole to confirm that there's no longer anyone on the doorstep. Then I get my phone. The text I'd received from Keith was saying, "Let me in." I feel foolish and a bit angry that he scared me like this. Why didn't he say anything through the door or call me? My Scorpio rage propelled me to call him and tell him that it was his own fault I didn't let him in. The phone rings and it goes to voicemail, so I call again and he answers. He answers with a weird, "Hey," and I go in on him. When Keith speaks up, he's putting on a fake gruff accent, and I think he's playing around, but I'm not, so I tell him to knock it off, but he keeps it up. He says that he's turning around and to leave the door unlocked. I start getting an attitude with him, and he screams into the phone to unlock the door. Then he disconnects the call. It was unlike Keith to treat me so rudely. My anger turned to suspicion, and instead of calling him back, I called the dojo. Another member who worked at the dojo named Judy answered the phone. Everyone working there knows me. When Judy answers and I greet her, she goes, "Hey, Ginger, Keith's in the middle of a class right now. Can I have him call you back after he's done?" I'm stunned at what she says, and I just say, "Yeah, sure, thanks," before hanging up. After I set the phone back down, confusion changes to fear, and I scramble around the house, locking and deadbolting every door, turning out all the lights. Minutes later, there's someone at the door again, trying to get in. They start beating on the door, shouting from the other side to let them in. The voice sounded nothing like Keith. This lasts for a while, the barrage of knocking and screaming, starting and stopping in violent intervals, before it finally ceased indefinitely. Around 8 o'clock, my phone lights up with the dojo's number on the small LED display. I quickly answer it, and it's Keith. He tells me that he's been on the mat all day like usual. When I tell him what I've been through, he sets the phone down and runs into the locker room. When he comes back, he picks up the phone and tells me that not only has his cell phone been stolen, but his wallet as well. Thankfully, the keys for the dojo, the house, and his car are on a lanyard that he keeps up front, locked in the register. Keith had to get a new phone and a new number after that. We never found out who stole his phone. With so many people in and out of the locker rooms, it was impossible to pin it on one person. Worst part was that they probably still attended weekly classes, still hanging around without us knowing. It was a horrible realization, and it really sucked the fun out of teaching for a couple of years. Eventually, time heals all. We heal from the trauma and move on. But I'll never forget that day. That's just not possible. For years, I had what I guess you'd call bad luck in the love department. I'm happily married now, but let's just say I kissed a lot of toads to get here. When people talk about their dating nightmares, I'm always reminded of my own. And no offense to the gal who got ghosted or the guy whose date had bad breath. But I think my experience actually falls into the nightmare category. This was back in 2000, and it was before online dating became the new and improved way to meet someone. I think maybe eHarmony was around, but I was 20 years old and that website seemed like it was for people my parents' age. So I was dating the old-fashioned way, meeting guys at bars or friend of a friend, and none up to this point were successful. Then I met Harrison, a 25-year-old swim instructor from Tallahassee. I thought my luck had changed. He walked into the restaurant I'd worked at for 3 years, and I was his waitress. Charming fellow, Harrison was. He was kind and flirtatious throughout his entire visit. And it was that first visit that I learned almost everything I knew about him. I learned that he was a swim instructor, he loved dogs, and that he'd had his heart broken recently. Now, maybe some of you would call this type of sharing a red flag. Who tells a stranger that they just met about their heartbreak? However, I wasn't fazed. None of this came off as creepy, and honestly, I was flirting with him, asking him all sorts of questions, and he was doing the same. Eventually, my shift was over, and I noticed that Harrison was in the bar. I wasn't 21 at the time, but as a waitress, I was allowed to walk back there for work. Luckily, the bartender working was a friend, and she knew what I was trying to do and let me chat with my new friend. He smiled at me instantly and said, "I've been waiting for you, actually. Figured I could buy you a drink." I had to disclose to Harrison I wasn't quite of age yet, and he suggested going back to his place. And now I know what you're thinking, and I was thinking it too. And honestly, I wasn't exactly ready to run off with this guy yet, so I made a silly excuse about having to babysit that night, but wanted to give him my number. Numbers were exchanged. It was wonderful. Hearts, butterflies, the whole deal. Fast forward about a week later. I never heard from the guy. Texting was sort of new at the time, so I wasn't sure I'd hear from him in that way, but I did kind of expect a call. Well, who walks into my restaurant that week? Harrison, of course. I'm hanging in the back as I see him walk in, and it basically looks like he's asking for me. The hostess confirms this by coming to find me, so I act busy in the back. After a couple of minutes, I greet him at the front, and I ask if he needs a table. I wasn't going to act any sort of way. I guess I felt a little jaded. But he dives right in. He's sorry he hasn't called, so busy getting his new gig set up at the local swimming pool. He's sort of panicked, he's nervous, blah, blah. Well, he was ticking all the boxes I needed to agree to go on a date with him that night when I was off work. He comes back a couple of hours later to pick me up. I leave the guy's number and name with my friend at the restaurant. I joke that if I don't show up tomorrow, then this is the guy that murdered me. We share a laugh, and I go meet my date outside. Of course he drives a cool car, I remember thinking to myself. He hops out and opens my door, still checking all those boxes. I ask him where we're headed, and he says, "We're going dancing." He playfully asks if I've got my dancing shoes on. We make small talk, listen to music. I remember that's how I learned he could sing. Eventually, we pull into the parking lot of an old barn converted into an all-ages dance club. I'm so excited I almost hop out of the car before he even parks it. But before I do, he tells me, "Hang on a minute," while grabbing my arm. Not too hard, but it was meant to stop me from leaving the car. I wait, somewhat patiently, but I end up asking what we're waiting for. He doesn't answer me. He's looking around the parking lot instead, so I follow his eyes, but yeah, I've got no idea what he's looking for. Then he says, "Okay, we gotta go." And without any more words, he quickly shifts the car into reverse, and we're on our way out. For a moment, I'm just silent, waiting for him to explain himself. He didn't. Instead, he nervously looked from the road to his rear view, over and over, until finally I decided to look too. There was a car following us, pretty close at this point, and so I asked him, "Do you know them?" He shakes his head, indicating no, and then he makes an incredibly sharp right turn onto a different road. After I adjust from the turn, I ask him, "What the hell?" He nonchalantly apologizes and then lets out a "shit" while looking in the rear view. At this point, I'm officially not liking the situation and really hating the short to no answers I'm getting, and I abruptly ask him to just take me back to the restaurant. It's closer than my house, and I was no longer sure I wanted Harrison knowing where I lived. But he ignores me and starts picking up speed. I brace myself by grabbing the door frame, and out of curiosity and fear, I decide to look behind us again. There's still a car following us, and it too is picking up speed. We hit a fork in the road, and a left would take us to the restaurant, and a right would take us to the next town over. I was so relieved when we took a left, but it was short-lived when I realized whoever was following us was still following us. Not only that, their car was extremely close, and moments after the turn, they almost hit our car. Then suddenly, they're trying to pass us on the wrong side of the road. Harrison puts out another "shit," but quickly follows it up with a "crazy bitch." And that's when it sort of clicked with me. He had to know who this person was, because there's no way he could see the driver if I couldn't. Who's a crazy bitch? Who's following us, Harrison? I'm no longer patient or kind. When we're getting close enough to the restaurant, I'm hoping he just drops me off and I never see him again. I should be so lucky. Instead, he starts blocking the car from passing him by also traveling into the oncoming lane, and that's when I just start yelling to let me out, let me out. For a while, he doesn't listen, but suddenly, he starts to slow slightly and whips into a gas station just before the restaurant. I think to get out of the car, but he beats me to it, telling me, "Stay here," and closes the door. Immediately, and somewhat crouched down, I turn to see what's about to unfold through the back window. I see a woman exit the driver's side and immediately charges towards Harrison. He braces for her with his arms out in front. Once they connect, she's screaming all sorts of things at him. Liar, cheater, piece of shit. I mean, you name it, she's saying it. For a moment, I think I should just make a run towards the restaurant. It's only a few blocks, I reason with myself. Then the woman starts swatting at his chest, still calling him names, and yet he maintains distance by holding his arms out. I can hear her yelling turn to sobbing, and she turns her attention to Harrison's car. Oh God, please don't come near me, is all I can think. I'm all of 5 foot, 120 pounds, soaking wet, and I've never been in a fight in my life. Needless to say, I was not prepared for any of this. Especially what actually happens next. The woman is kicking and screaming now, her kicks directed at Harrison's car. The bumper, the doors, his taillights. She's going for all of it. Granted, she's only using her hands, but her aggression seems to be making some damage. Truthfully, I wasn't even thinking about myself anymore. I did lock the doors, but now I was just watching this shit show explode in front of me. I decided this was a decent time to call my friend from the restaurant. She's still working, but her shift ends shortly. I dial the number and start explaining to my friend the moment she answers the phone. She tells me to get the F out of there. I'm literally in the middle of it. But then it gets worse. I watch as Harrison grabs the woman by her hair, yanking her away from the car, aggressively. Seconds later, I see Harrison whip her around, wrap his hands around her throat. He's fucking choking her. Oh, fuck no, I think to myself. I tell my friend what's happening and she tells me now's my chance to run away. She's right. I keep her on the line as I unlock the door and scream at Harrison, trying to get his attention so he stops choking the woman. But he's blinded with rage, not even paying attention to me. In a last-ditch effort to get him off, I scoop up a handful of gravel and throw it in his face. I do this 2 more times until he finally stops. The woman drops to the ground. She's not dead. That's all I needed to know before making a run for it. I could hear Harrison yelling after me. He sounded angry. I'm scared, don't get me wrong, but I don't go to the restaurant. Instead, I head straight into the gas station. I tell the attendant to call the police, that a man is strangling a woman in his parking lot right now. I look outside with the man, and the scuffle continues, with the woman kicking up at Harrison as he tries to grab her up off the ground. I hear the attendant describe the man in his car to the dispatcher. And I don't know why, but I'm asking the attendant if there's anything that he can do, pleading with him that this girl needs help. Then I hear my friend in my ear. I forgot I'd had my phone to my ear because she'd been so quiet, but she tells me, I'm coming, and hangs up. Within moments of the call ending, I see Harrison is no longer outside of his car. He's now in his car and officially driving away. The woman is just sitting on the gravel in front of her own car. I suspect she's crying. I considered going out there to talk to her, but before I could muster the courage, she's getting up and fixing her way back into her car. So what happens if they both leave? Like, what are the cops going to do now? I asked the attendant, assuming he had more experience in this department than myself, but he shakes his head and says, I have no idea. Did you get a license plate for them? All that time, and I never wrote down or texted the license plate. My friend beats the cops to the gas station, and with her, she's holding a piece of paper. It's got the name and the number I wrote down earlier. But, like the beautiful genius that she is, my friend also jotted down Harrison's license plate when we were leaving the restaurant that night. I hug her, thanking her. She waits with me as I give my statement to the police, and eventually drives me home. Normally, I'd take a bus, but my friend wasn't allowing it, and I was grateful. All I wanted was to get home as quick as possible, take a shower, and forget this whole mess. The whole ride home, we just talked about what a bullet I dodged. I was totally enamored by this guy, and if it wasn't for this incident, it might have taken me a lot longer to figure out who he really was. I called my cell phone carrier the next day and had Harrison's number blocked. I consider myself lucky that this is the only time I've ever seen a man lay his hands on a woman. So in the end, Mr. Perfect was anything but perfect. He was indeed the opposite. A true asshole. Scum. And I also consider myself lucky that that was truly the last time I ever had to see Harrison. Hopefully, he's locked away somewhere, far away from women. Like I said, I'm married, so no, not all men are creeps, bad guys, scum, abusers. But they do exist. So, it's okay to have your guard up a little when you're getting to know someone. Taking that extra time could save you a whole lot of hurt. There used to be this old abandoned church behind our middle school. It's not there anymore because it burned down after I graduated high school, and they never rebuilt anything in its place. When we were kids, we'd go there after school and hang out, usually with zero issues. We weren't exactly allowed there, but no one ever shooed us away either. I was in 7th grade and my younger sister was in 5th grade. After school, just like so many other days, I walked to the church with a group of friends and waited for my sister to get out of elementary school, which was a half hour behind. Usually for fun, we would act out scenes from our favorite movies. We'd stand up near the podium, which still stood tall at the head of the church, while the others would act as the audience in the pews. On this day, I was on stage with my best friend, and we were acting out some of our favorite scenes from Clueless. The party scene. First, when Dion finds Murray has shaved his head, and then it was time for the rollin' with the homies scene, where Ty hits her head on the lamp. We're about to start the second part when someone in our audience screams. Then, 2 screams. My friend and I are like, "What the fuck, guys?" Totally assuming something innocent. "That cross moved," they shouted over each other. We turn around to face the large cross that they were talking about, only it's perfectly still. Clearly, they were messing with us. So we keep going with our skit, but the audience is restless now. We try to ignore that fact and attempt to make them laugh. Suddenly, my friend lets out a small yelp, whips around while swatting near her head. Something whispered in her ear. "What did it say?" I asked. My friend says that she doesn't know. It was like someone was just breathing in her ear. Maybe it said hi, or maybe it was just a hiss. I know my friend well enough to determine that I don't think she's messing with me. The church feels cold all of a sudden. The audience is on their feet, and I realize that we are collectively thinking the same thing. So I say it. Let's go. We shuffle off the stage and make our way to the church entrance. Before we reach the door, we're temporarily stopped and startled by a loud crash coming from behind us. The large cross hanging, the one that the girls said moved, was now completely off the wall and crash landed directly where my friend and I stood just moments ago. None of us stuck around long enough to do any more investigating. That was enough for us to understand our idea to leave was the right one. I was so shocked, scared, or dazed by the entire experience, I almost forgot to pick up my sister. I just started walking straight home. Halfway there, I realized my mistake and went back for my sister. She usually likes to cut through the church, but this day, and basically every day moving forward, we avoided that place. When the place burnt down years later, it was said that some sort of satanic ritual was taking place. No one died in the fire, but people reported hearing screaming coming from the area, and within moments it was up in flames. Police deemed it arson, but no one was ever caught. Not that we know of, anyway. Now the church is an abandoned pile of burnt rubble with a weak police tape barrier. I believe kids still mess around in there, but honestly, I can't imagine why. After retiring last year, I moved to the cabin my late husband and I spent our summers in. It's surrounded by miles of forest on every side, and we stayed here for 2 months out of the year from 1988 to 2020, when COVID got Johnny. That year I hired a maintenance man to help with the upkeep, but I came back with my sister the following year. I hadn't actually been there alone until the move, but I didn't think it would be a problem. Nothing unusual or worse than a flat tire had ever happened in all those years, but this was my first winter in the cabin. When the snow came, something else came with it. There's no trash service way out here, so when my bins are full, I take them to the dump, but until then, they sit beneath my small carport. Of course, I have to buy the heavy-duty bins with locks so wildlife doesn't tear into them, but that had never been a big deal before. Then one morning, I woke to piles of trash scattered all over my yard, with a trail leading into the forest. I thought I must have just forgotten to lock one of the bins, but when I checked, both locks were still securely engaged. Something managed to rip open the sides and pull the trash out that way. I can't even imagine a beast strong enough to do such a thing, but judging by the evidence, it was something with extremely sharp claws. I called my son and he came out later that afternoon with new, extremely heavy-duty bins. These made the old ones look like cheap stuff, and John Jr. promised the biggest bear in the world wouldn't be able to get into them. He even offered to spend the night just to make sure everything was all right, and it was. We ate steak dinners, threw the bag of leftovers in the bin, and they were still perfectly intact the following morning. It seemed like everything was back to normal, but 2 weeks later, the new bins were destroyed as well. It happened the same night as an awful storm. I listened to the wind and thunder all night, just praying that I still had a roof when morning came. The cabin was fine, of course, but the bins weren't. The one with the steak scraps had been ripped open just like before, and trash was scattered everywhere with a trail leading into the forest at the same spot. John Jr. didn't believe me when I called. I don't blame him for thinking that it had to be the storm, but wind doesn't create claw marks and peel the metal back like a tin can. You would need power tools or some kind of heavy-duty machinery to replicate the damage done to those things. Not knowing what else to do, we called the police. We knew they wouldn't be able to do anything per se. We mostly just wanted their opinion, so we said that someone had vandalized my property in the night. The officer on the phone thought that it was storm damage too, but we convinced them to send someone in the end. An hour later, 2 policemen arrived and took our statements along with some photos, but they were only placating me by that point. I think they felt sorry for me. They were very kind, and they agreed this wasn't storm damage, but they also didn't think that it was done by a human. That much we agreed on. Even if it was possible, what would be the point of driving all the way to such awful weather just to tear apart an old woman's trash can? I certainly don't have any enemies. They had no idea what kind of animal could pull off such a feat either, but they called someone from the Wildlife and Fisheries Department. The game warden came out a few hours later. He took one look at the damage and went pale as a ghost. He'd seen a few similar incidents over the years, always during the winter, at other homes in the area. There used to be a good number of cabins and hunting lodges around here, but now there's only a handful left. Most were torn down or abandoned. When I asked what the other homeowners did about the problem, he said they moved away or stopped coming during the winter months. An elderly man used to have a cabin just a few miles from mine. When something started tearing his trash apart, he simply stopped leaving it outside. Then one night, a terrible blizzard blew through, and his family was unable to reach him the following morning. His son-in-law came to check on him and found the front door ripped off of its hinges, blood everywhere. A trail of it was followed into the forest, but no other traces of the old man were ever found. I just don't understand how no one is doing anything about it. The whole area should be closed off until this creature is killed. People have died. I could have died. I spent the rest of last winter with my son and his family, but it was just too crowded to stay there long term, and I can't bear to part with the cabin. I know it sounds silly after everything I've said, but my husband and I had such wonderful times here. Nothing remotely unusual has happened since my return, but now it's almost winter again, and I don't think I should be here when the first snow falls. A couple of years ago during COVID-19, my brother had to be brought to the hospital as he almost OD'd on drugs. This meant that I was completely and utterly alone in the house. It was around 2, maybe 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and they had been gone for a couple of hours, most likely having tests run on my brother. Anyway, I was upstairs in my bedroom when all of a sudden I got this rather eerie feeling, yet I couldn't place it. So I checked the house out of sheer boredom and curiosity, I guess. Anyway, the house turns out to be completely empty apart from me and my pets, so I go upstairs and laugh it off as a moment of madness. Only seconds after that, I heard the loudest and yet, as I can only describe, as blood-curdling scream that anyone could ever hear. In fact, it sounded so impossibly loud that I can't imagine it being humanly possible. The worst thing about this scream is that it was my mother's voice, screaming my name. So naturally, I rushed down the stairs fearing the worst, only to find in complete shock and terror that the house was still completely empty. I was rightfully terrified, so immediately I ran out of the house. I checked to see if any of the neighbors had heard this terrifying scream. As I was asking, I just got puzzled looks. This has always freaked me out ever since it happened. I'd just like to know what was impersonating my mother and why. When I was about 5 or 6, my mother worked at a nursing home called the Bryan Center. I'd often be picked up by her after school and taken to go sit in the employee break room until she got off her shift. It was in the corner of the basement. For reference, the building is built into the side of a hill. It had 2 or 3 stories, but by the time you got to the street, you could only see the 2nd or 3rd floor at the ground level. My mom worked down there in the invalid ward, people who were permanently bedbound, and incidentally, the building used to be the county hospital, and the basement was originally the morgue. Now, my mom saw a lot of strange shit while she was there, including a dark man wearing a hat that had a dog with red eyes, and a patient being thrown around by an unseen force, despite being paralyzed by a stroke. The woman screaming about how she'd made a deal with the devil. He was there to take her soul. Then there were the elevator doors, randomly changing floors and opening, and the sound of footsteps coming down the hall, but no one was there. She also routinely heard babies crying, and even saw babies crawling down the hallway in the middle of a night shift. It disappeared into the old morgue. My story, however, is about me. Just across from the parking lot door and the corner where the break room was located was a security desk built into the opposite corner where the 2 halls met. The security guard was my buddy. He would listen to me prattle on, ask me about what I was watching on the break room TV. He would give me quarters for the vending machine to go get snacks when I was hungry. My mom was pretty broke at the time, and school lunch had been a long time ago, and dinner was a long ways away. So my security guard buddy was the shit. He went off on rounds every hour or so, and sometimes my mom would pop into the break room and ask if I was all right. She'd ask me where I got the honey bun from, and I told her the security guard gave me a quarter. She'd give me a funny look, but I figured she was just having a stranger danger moment, being Gen X. Fast forward years later, my mom had just had a knee replacement, and at the same time I caught pertussis while pregnant. So we're both laying in bed binging on Netflix. And I go to ask her, "Hey, what was that dude's name? The security guard who used to buy me all those snacks, those honey buns, remember? Skinny black dude?" My mom told me that not only did she not have a security guard at the time at all, but that also at the time, the only black employees were female nurses. Never been able to figure it out. I would say it's a false memory, but how did I get the money? The food? Any ideas? I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly release the woman and drop the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, the cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home, visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself in my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck, then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we receive a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors, relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word, but I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally, and then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all, she also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, it felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first, I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. Boring but necessary background first up. This may be a bit confusing, but I'll lay it out as clearly as I can. For some reason, I'm having a lot of life glitches lately, but this is blowing my mind. So, in my job, I have to regularly liaise with different departments outside my job. One of those departments recently had a few staff leave, and 2 new guys eventually came on board. Both guys are in their 40s, white, slender, wear glasses, have salt and pepper hair, and look very similar except for the fact that they actually have quite different faces. I can easily tell them apart because of that, and because of the fact that one must wear a uniform and the other doesn't. Both guys have moderately unusual names. For privacy, I'll call one Stephen Bobcat and the other Gerald West. On Gerald's first day, he walks up, shakes my hand, and introduces himself as Gerald Bobcat. At that stage, I assume that it's his name. I also haven't met Stephen Bobcat yet, so no questions from me. Gerald tells me that he's just moved to town from, let's call it Green Bay. He tells me about the move here, his new role, and what he's doing. We sit and chat for about 20 minutes during a quiet time. I found him quite pleasant. We chatted away and even walked together for a while. Some time goes by, and I see him introduce himself as Gerald West. Odd, I think. I was sure that he said his surname was Bobcat. In fact, I was certain because the name, it's a local family name in the area and quite unusual. So the thought went into my mind that he must have been a local, hence why I asked him if he was a local. But he told me that he wasn't a local. He'd moved here from Green Bay. I even wondered if maybe he changed his name. About 2 weeks pass and I walk into the office where Gerald is. And he looks at me and says, "Oh, are you the worker from XYZ?" As if he had no idea who I was. We'd been chatting and talking together prior, and it was exactly as if he'd never seen me before. I assumed it was because I had makeup on or something, that his memory was awful. It was so strange that he acted like we'd never met. I even mentioned it to a friend. So around that same time, the other new worker, Stephen, comes on board. He never introduces himself to me, but I hear him tell someone that his name is Stephen Bobcat. I know what you're thinking. I've just mixed up the 2 guys. But here's why this isn't making sense. The backstory I was given by Gerald, who at first told me his surname was Bobcat, it is Gerald's backstory. Stephen is not from Green Bay, and never has been. If Gerald was just having a total brain slip and just gave me the wrong guy's surname, the unusual surname that happened to belong to the other guy, then why did he genuinely fail to recognize me later? And if I had actually just met Stephen Bobcat on that day and we talked and chatted, then how did I know the name Gerald? It was definitely Gerald I chatted and walked with. The 2 are very serious, and there's no way it's a case of joking around. Their jobs are quite serious, and they'd be in trouble for mucking around. If you have genuine theories on what the heck is going on, they're appreciated. When I was around 6 or 7, my mom would take me to a little park located near our apartment complex. It was a regular favorite for us to visit. One day we arrived, and on the other side of the play area was another mother-son team with an older woman sitting with them. I assumed it was the grandma. The boy was around my age, so I approached him and asked if he wanted to play tag. He agreed, and we chased each other back and forth across this big wooden play structure shaped like a pirate ship. When we got to this wooden bridge part, the boy got a bit rough with me. I tagged him because, name of the game, but he responded by pushing me off of the thing. It wasn't that high, but I wasn't very big. Admittedly, the first thing I did was look over at my mom. She was preoccupied reading her book. I hear the kid yell down at me that I'm it again. He says he tagged me. I slipped, so I was it again. Clearly this was cheating, but I was up for the challenge. I got up, started chasing him, caught up to him too. That's when he obliged by the rules and started to chase me. Only when he caught up to me, he didn't just tag me. He pushed me down, hard. I'd never had someone act this way before. My cousins definitely weren't assholes. And at school, this behavior got you on the fence, or worse, the office. He laughed a shitty laugh, obviously didn't help me up, and just sort of ran away. Still down in the wood chips, not giving chase to the kid. I hear the kind voice of a woman, the one I'd assumed was the grandmother. "My goodness, you all right, boy? Let me help you up." And so she did. "That boy there, he's quite rough, yeah?" I nodded in agreement. "Yeah, sure is. Rotten, that one," she said. Then she grabbed my hand, placing something inside of it, telling me, "You ought to teach that boy a lesson. Go on, use this on him. See if he ever pushes someone down again. Careful now, don't hurt yourself in the process. Do it like this." She takes what I recognize as a small razor blade from my hand, showing me the sharp side up. She hands it back to me, this time putting it in my fingers, and she smiles. Then she just walks away. I wonder what to do with this sharp object in my hand. I watch as the old woman just walks past the benches, onto a trail, out of sight, opposite direction of my apartment. The other boy starts to run towards me, and I don't want to hurt him by any means. Sure, he was rude, but I'm not going to make the kid bleed. I run over to my mom. I tell her everything best I can articulate. My only way of knowing that I maybe conveyed it correctly was her reaction wasn't dismissive. Next thing I remember is standing with my mom at a payphone. She was talking to the police, telling them everything, I assume. She sounded pissed. All I remember from there is thinking, what if that lady comes back? What if she has more razor blades? What if she finds me? Luckily, that never happened. I sort of lost interest in the park after that day. Or maybe my mom just never let me go back or wanted me there. Either way, it was no longer our favorite spot. People really do ruin everything. I'm a 38-year-old female, and I just lost my grandmother a few weeks ago. She was very sick at the end and required round-the-clock care. Our family doesn't have a whole lot of money, so my siblings and I took turns staying with her. Ultimately, I was the one on duty when she passed, and I was alone with her during those final hours. We'd had so many false alarms that we had all said our goodbyes multiple times and decided that there was no need to continue congregating every few days. For the first part, she wasn't entirely herself anymore anyway. Lucid moments were few and far between, and it caused her a great deal of stress to have a crowd of strangers hovering over her. That last night, however, well, I guess she seemed like herself. She recognized me and knew what year it was. She also remembered that Grandpa died 15 years ago, and that was usually her greatest area of confusion, so I thought she was fully lucid. She always said the best way to take her mind off the pain was good old-fashioned conversation. At the end, especially, her favorite thing to do was just to reminisce with one another. I was especially grateful for these moments. I learned so many things that I'd never known about her, like how she backpacked through Europe after college. You'd think that would be something that she spoke of more often, but she was a bit wild in those days. So I can understand why she wasn't eager to share that particular story with her grandchildren nonetheless. I really thought we were having a lovely moment, but then the conversation shifted to how she met my grandfather. Now, as far as I knew, She had a loving 53-year marriage to the sweetest, gentlest man in the world. He was one of those grandfathers that always slid you a candy when your parents weren't looking, and growing up, my siblings and I had all been very close with him. Whenever we stayed with our grandparents, they always seemed so in love. We definitely never saw them fight. I don't think we ever heard Pops raise his voice. So you can imagine my confusion when Nana's story went from our first date had been the best night of my life to I never dreamed that Satan himself was hiding behind those big hazel eyes. I couldn't believe my ears, but when I tried to speak, she cut me off. No, Brenda, I can't die with this on my conscience. Had she not used my name, or had her words not been so clear, I could have rested easy knowing that they were just mindless ramblings. But this was wholly unlike any of her past episodes. Her eyes were clear, her tone was sharp, and her expression was deadly serious. But her actual story was so foreign that I felt she was speaking another language. According to her, Pops was a cruel, selfish man who controlled every aspect of her life, from the day they said "I do." He alienated her from her friends and family before they had their first child, belittled her when they were alone, and became violent when he drank. But only with her, never the children. She wasn't allowed to have a job either. I'd always thought that she'd chosen to be a stay-at-home mother, but now she was claiming that Pops forbade her from having a career. When my mom and sister were kids, they loved Pops so much that she knew that they would blame her for a divorce, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. Bingo nights were one of Nana's few freedoms. For over 30 years, she went every Wednesday and most Sundays. Sometimes she would proudly display a random trifle that she'd won, but they were always small, simple prizes. I think the most expensive thing I saw her with was a $20 gift card for Outback Steakhouse. Well, little did I know that Nana was apparently a bingo legend. She played a lot of cards at once, and she often won. I would have never dreamed that you could win real cash prizes playing bingo, but apparently that's a thing. The most that she ever won was $500, but that was during a rare trip to the city. The games they hold in our area are done on a much smaller scale, but even so, she saved every penny of her winnings for over 30 years. By the end of it, she had almost $20,000 hidden away. The only problem was where she kept it. Nowadays, it's not that difficult to go out and open a secret bank account behind your spouse's back, but things were done differently when Nana had first started squirreling away her money. She didn't have anyone that she trusted enough to hide it for her. She was forced to use the shoebox method. It was hidden in the very back of her closet, buried beneath all the old junk that she could pile on top. Then came the day that Pops returned from work in a new car, one they definitely couldn't afford, and it was filled with presents for the children. Nana was immediately very nervous. She didn't know if he'd gotten a promotion, a new job, but his biggest highs were always followed with even bigger lows, and that one was shaping up to be a doozy. She had learned to play along when these things happened, at least until she could determine his true motives. He never did anything out of kindness. After the kids went to bed, he began pushing her buttons on purpose. You know that thing people do, and they say things that they know will upset you, but they do it in a quote-unquote nice way. So when you do finally snap, they can act like you're the asshole. That's the situation she described. Nana was used to ignoring him when he did it, but this time, he kept bringing up her bingo nights, secrets, and lying. The more he talked, the more certain she became that he had found her money, and she was right. It was the worst night of her life, and the first time she ever gave serious consideration to just ending it all. But she had the kids to think about. On the other hand, she also knew that she would never find a way to get that much money again. Pops made damn sure that she never played another game of bingo. Finally, she decided that if her life was over anyway, she might as well take him with her. I don't want to say what she used because I have no idea what kind of people may be hearing this. and I can't live with contributing to a murder. But she poisoned his food every day for weeks until he became sick. So sick that he couldn't leave bed. Doctors tried a variety of treatments, but nothing seemed to help. Foul play was never even suspected because as far as anyone knew, including their own children, grandchildren, Pops and Nana had the perfect, loving marriage. In the end, he knew his time was almost up, and he refused to die in a hospital surrounded by doctors that he hated. Nana sat by his side, and only after the rest of the family had left did she confess her betrayal. She said the second Pop's eyes changed to reflect his understanding, his rage, was the proudest, happiest moment of her life. As she relayed this piece of the story, her eyes sparkled, and her scowl relaxed into a great, wide smile. And then she passed from this world. I truly don't know what to think about any of this. I haven't told anyone else because, well, how am I supposed to do that? Will they even believe me? I'm not sure if I even believe me. Seriously, I'm at a total loss here. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, and thank you in advance. When I was about 5 and my sister was about 3, we were staying at a Motel 6 that had an outdoor pool. My sister and I were playing in it with our mom. My dad was and still is a preacher, and he was busy at one of the tables outside working on a sermon. A man at the pool noticed the Bible and used it as an opportunity to ask my dad for counsel. My dad said that he would be happy to sit and talk with him. Not too long before that, my mom was getting my sister and I out of the pool and was going to take us up to the room to get us bathed and cleaned up for dinner. The man was like, "Well, I'm not comfortable talking out here. Let's go to your room." My dad said, "Sorry, but no, that's not an option." The guy was like, "You're a pastor. It's your responsibility to make me feel at ease so that I can do some real healing." My dad said again, "Not possible, but I can meet you at the cafe, buy you a cup of coffee. We can have a good talk." The man started getting frustrated and pushy, saying that the only way he was comfortable talking was in my dad's room. My dad said, "Sorry, good luck to you. It's not going to happen." Eventually, the guy gave up and left. But my dad said that he was pretty sure that the man was trying to get into our room to do bad things to our family. We ended up leaving shortly after that. This happened when I started living alone, not long after I had just moved in. I think it must have been the first week. I found out that my new apartment was in the path of an oncoming typhoon. That night, I'd gotten off to sleep all right, but I woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of the wind and rain lashing my windows. It was so loud, I just couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying there in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I heard something. It was coming from the front door. It was the doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing the doorbell of my new apartment? I asked myself. I crept downstairs and took a look through the peephole. There was a person out there. I was freaked out, but I asked, "Who is it?" Even I heard the fear in my voice. It was my friend, literally my best friend. He was one of the only ones who knew my address. "Why didn't you just tell me you were coming, man? It's the middle of the night," I said through the door. I tried to get a look at him, but it was dark and he had his hat pulled down. That didn't matter since we were friends. I mean, it was a little weird, but I've known him for years. "Hey, you did really well to get here in this storm, dude," I called out and started to unlock the door. That was the moment that something dawned on me. Best friend or not, why was he out here? Barely talking, not responding. And how did he make it here? I could still hear the ferocity of the typhoon against the door. Another odd thing, he didn't have a driver's license. Even if he somehow caught a bus, he would have had to walk for a long while. I didn't know the area all that well, but it seemed a bit too late for buses. Besides, who turns up in the middle of the night during a storm, unannounced? These were all red flags, and I didn't like it. What the hell was this? I brought my eye closer to the peephole. "Hey, bud, how'd you get here?" I asked cautiously. We fell into an awkward silence while the typhoon raged on. I brought my eye closer to the peephole. I wanted to get a closer look at him. His skin was disturbingly pale. It reminded me of a waxwork skin. His eyes flitted back and forth as if they were remote-controlled. That wasn't my friend. I wasn't even sure if that was a human. It was pretending, whatever it was. I didn't let on that I was scared, but I was petrified. I watched that thing out there, which looked like my best friend, standing there, smiling insanely, occasionally twitching at the corners of its lips. I had to get away from the door once I saw that. I went into another room and tried my best to compose myself. I tried to think about what to do next. All the while, that friend thing repeated the same line it delivered earlier, as if it was all he knew, like an actor practicing lines. I called my friend, the one it was impersonating. He said that he wasn't at my house. I knew it wasn't him, but I had to be 100% sure. That thing was rather convincing. I went upstairs and back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I didn't know how long that thing stayed outside my door, but I heard it occasionally repeating its line. After a sleepless night, the sun rose and the typhoon subsided. It took a long while for me to get the confidence to approach the peephole, but when I did, I found that it was gone. Hey there. I'm a night janitor at a hospital, and I spend most of my time at work listening to creepypasta narrations. But I've recently found this channel, and I thought it would be fun to send in one of my stories about this place. We've got plenty of ghosts, but after working here a while, you get used to them. For the most part, no one's ever experienced anything malicious, just the friendly or curious types of spirits. In the 5 years I've been working there, only one incident has really frightened me, and it just happened last week. One of the places I'm responsible for cleaning is the morgue. We recently had a man pass away after a late-night motorcycle accident, and his body was still on one of the tables when I went in to clean. It's not uncommon for a few to be left out. If there's no one on duty to check them in, the orderlies will leave them for whoever has the morning shift. It's not really like the movies where a head and toe tag are sticking out of each sheet, at least not at our hospital. Those sheets are plenty big enough to cover the whole body, so it's not quite as creepy as you see on TV. Well, not usually. I saw the motorcycle guy as soon as I walked in, and his sheet had fallen to the side, leaving his face and part of his chest exposed. Now, I have a pretty strong stomach. You have to in order to work here, but this guy was messed up. I nearly puked when I saw his face. He only had one eye left, and it stared at me with the little skin left around it. I quickly pulled the sheet back over him, and I went back to work. When I turned to leave, the sheet had not only fallen halfway down his face again, its head was turned to the side, still looking at me. There's no draft or fans blowing in the morgue. Not a single thing could have moved that sheet. I pulled it back over the man for a second time and ran out of there like a scared child. By the time I woke up the following afternoon, I felt pretty silly. What did I know about dead bodies anyway? And that one was so messed up. Who's to say it wasn't just settling or whatever corpses do? I chat with the doctors often, so I wanted to ask that night, but I never quite worked up the nerve. Each way I imagined saying it just made me feel crazy. Either it was a completely normal occurrence that scared me for no reason, or it wasn't normal, and they would think that I'd lost my mind. That's certainly a more logical conclusion than a dead man was watching me. When When I made it back to the morgue, I was relieved to see no bodies were left and set about my work. As I was emptying the trash, I began to hear a soft scratching sound, like something hard scraping a metal surface. I couldn't stand the idea of wondering about it too, so I followed the sound to the freezer drawers. I'm sure you've seen them on TV, the wall of big square cubicles where the bodies are stored until claimed by family. They have metal tables that slide in and out. Yeah, I'm sure you know. It took all of my courage to look inside. The first two were empty, but I finally found the right one on my third try. As soon as the door was open, the noise immediately stopped. I had to know if it was the same guy from yesterday. So I pulled out the body just to peek at his face and had to stifle a scream when I saw an exposed hand sitting atop the white sheet. Most of its flesh was gone, likely removed while sliding down the highway, because it was definitely the motorcycle guy again. I was genuinely sick to my stomach when I confirmed it by viewing his face. His fingers were nothing but bone, which would have been perfect for making the sound I heard. Not wanting to be in there another second, I quickly put everything back as I found it and got the hell out of there. But just as I was exiting, the noise started again. I didn't stop to see how long it lasted. I got back upstairs and didn't say a word to anyone. Thankfully, I was off for the next 2 days, but I do have to go back tonight. Even though the body is probably gone by now, I still have an overwhelming sense of dread. Honestly, I may call in sick. I really can't decide. I ordered myself a mystery box off the dark web, originally intended to be filmed as content for a YouTube channel that I was trying to get started back in 2018. Most of the videos capturing these unboxings are staged, satire for clicks with fake half-ass content creators opening boxes and finding murder weapons or human fingers. There's just no reason someone would have to mail that out upon request. Watching these was half the reason I wanted to start my own channel. Seeing the amount of hits they got on some of these videos was deplorable to the actual substance the video contained. Oh my God, guys, a real note written in a serial killer victim's blood. Fuck you, no it's not. I thought, if I do a real dark web mystery unboxing, I'd surely get tons more views. So I downloaded a Tor browser and did some research of my own. It was easy to find people selling different kinds of mystery boxes, actually. I found 2 within my price range and placed the order. 6 weeks later, the first mystery box arrives. I spent hours getting the camera and lighting positioned just how I wanted it for the first video. To make the experience as authentic as possible, I went live. I had enough hashtags to fill a book, and it was working because a few people had already gone into my live. Some people were showing up in anticipation for the big reveal. The box I put on the table for all to see was a medium-sized, unsuspecting cardboard box, about as big as a shoebox, but not a shoebox. It opened from the top. My heart was racing as I cut the tape with a small razor blade. I know there were only 5 or 6 other people watching at this moment, but it felt like 1 million people were waiting to be entertained. Make it or break it time. Whatever was inside this package, I prayed would go viral enough to launch me into YouTube stardom. I turned the box upside down, and the contents fell onto my kitchen table for all to see. What fell out was a black flash drive, a small plastic machine someone in the chat would identify as a card skimmer, and 2 white pieces of paper with 20 different bank card numbers and their adjoining information. After the viewer told me what a skimmer was, I quickly put the pieces together as to what I'd illegally purchased from the dark web, and now I'd put it on display for the whole world to see, my crime of stupidity. I quickly turned off the live stream feed and tried to delete the video from my channel before I had people showing up at my door. Luckily, The couple of people who were watching didn't care enough to report what they'd seen. 2 more weeks would pass before I'd receive the second package. That would be 8 weeks total, waiting for this mystery box to show up. By the time it got there, I'd already kind of forgotten about ordering 2. The first experience must have diminished my anticipation to such a level that I'd completely blocked out how eager I was to get my channel started. It was delivered in the early morning while I was out jogging in the neighborhood. When I got back, it was sitting on my doorstep. The box was a deep maroon. It was about the size of a men's dress shirt box. There was no imagery, no addresses, nothing. I still don't know how the box got on my doorstep without my address being on it or any address. I brought it inside, feeling a sense of resentment, remembering I had impulsively spent money on this mystery box idea. Instead of going directly live this time, I decided to open it up first. If there was anything worth setting the camera up for, I'd just fake it. On the kitchen table, I slowly opened the maroon lid and looked inside. The shallow box is mostly filled with packing peanuts, and they spill all over the floor when I put my hands in to feel around. The mess continued to grow until my fingers ran across a VHS tape. I pulled it out. The maroon box would be empty besides the remaining packing peanuts left inside. I didn't have a VHS player. That meant I'd have to go find one in order to see what was on the video, in order to figure out if I'd had anything for my channel, or if I truly did waste $200. I was up early, and the sun still hadn't risen that morning, so I had to wait hours before a pawn shop opened and I could buy a VHS player. It would be early afternoon before I'd actually get to pop the tape in and watch it. I click the play button, and the screen illuminates a glowing black. Scan lines jitter randomly on the screen until the first image of the film replaces the black. The quality is poor, and the scan lines still roll up and down, pushing the picture on the screen. But I immediately knew the location being shown on my TV. I'd seen this place before, in small clips the news broadcasted years ago. Grainy security footage of an American high school cafeteria. Then the video would change to another scene of tragedy. Horror films via security cameras, low-resolution cell phone videos and webcams, they all began flashing in front of me in a looping compilation, as if I'm watching them all happen at once. The video lasted under 2 minutes, but to this day, I can recall every disgusting frame on the reel. When the video was over, the tape stopped, and I was truly upset inside. The inhumanity got me to actually cry. When my nerves settled, I was able to think about it in retrospect. What was I expecting to receive from the dark web? If anything, I should have been grateful for my findings. What was on the video was footage easily found on one of those rotten.com websites that were up on the internet in the 90s. If you had an older brother, or a friend with an older brother in the late 90s, early 2000s, you were definitely shown the classic Scar Me for Life video clips. The tapes were those, but a whole bunch of different situations. Some I could identify, some I couldn't. All equally as gory and heart-sinking as the one before. But still, more of what I realistically expected when making the purchase. Unfortunately, it was a little too extreme for what I was hoping for, so I broke the tape and tossed it in the garbage. I was never going to watch it again, and I didn't want it sitting around on my movie shelf. And it for sure wasn't getting uploaded online. 2 days later, another maroon box showed up on my doorstep. I'm confused, and again the box is absent of any address or identification of any kind. Inside, it's another VHS tape. As much as I don't want to, I find myself pushing the tape in and pressing play on the machine. Once again, quick scenes of death and carnage skipped around on the screen. I dove over and pressed stop on the player. I ejected the tape and repeated what I did to the first one. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. They were completely different videos from the first tape, all comparatively equal in nausea-inducing point of views, I didn't want to keep receiving mail like this. I got back on the tour and tried to retrace my steps to the vendors I'd bought the mystery boxes from, but they were gone. The names and items changed around by the hour. I'd never be able to find it. I was at a loss as to what to do next besides wait and hope another package didn't show up. The next day, something told me to cut my run short, and as I neared my house, I saw there was another maroon package by the door. I was admittedly terrified beyond belief. This box was shaped smaller than the other two, and when I lifted it, it felt lighter as well. Bringing it inside, I opened it before I even got to the table. Inside the box were 3 Polaroids that perfectly fit within the dimensions of the box, forcing me to turn it 180 degrees to dump them out. With one hand, I turned the box over, and with the other, I caught the 3 photos, and I stared at the first one. Most of the photo was black, except a large, yellow, blurry square. I couldn't make out what it was. I set the box down and flipped to the next Polaroid. This one was further away, still dark and barely visible as to what the photo shows, but the same yellow square sits in the center. The yellow square is smaller this time, but I begin to see that it's the window of a house. The pictures are taken from the outside looking into an illuminated home. The last photo was the most clear, and the one that will haunt me forever. The Polaroid was of me somewhere on one of my morning jogs. I don't know when it was taken. I don't know how it was taken without my knowledge, but it was clearly me, and my hands are on my knees and hunched over, catching my breath. They must have been on my left when they took this picture. I obviously deleted anything that had to do with the Tor browser, and I stopped jogging after that day. I never received another Ramoon package after that. I've always been curious if they stopped delivering because they knew I was staying home. I stayed inside and out of view for over a week until I had to physically go out and get groceries or I'd starve to death. I used up all my sick time and vacation time with that catatonic dread. Honestly, I still feel really lucky that nothing worse happened. But I guess this would just be my warning to anyone who's thinking about using the dark web. Just don't. We had a neighbor in Michigan who passed away in such a peculiar manner. The oddity of it all really shook our small community. It was the early 80s. Most kids had curfews after the streetlights turned on. In the area I lived in, we were told to get inside before the sun set. In grade school is where I learned about Bloody Mary. Me and my friends would try to scare each other by saying that we really saw her in the mirror. When we would have sleepovers, we would take turns going into the dark bathroom, staring into the mirror and saying Bloody Mary 3 times. Each of us would burst from the bathroom and swear on everything that our fictitious story of what we saw was the God's honest truth. Then a kid that goes to our school went missing. Sniffer dogs would find his head and torso in a field. Reports said that there were large bite marks on the body, but they couldn't distinguish if they occurred pre- or post-death. As our parents tried to grasp meaning from the senseless tragedy, word spread around school that Bloody Mary got him. It was most likely a serial killer, as 2 more bodies of missing kids would be found around the Great Lake area within the same month. But none of them were quite as horrific or visceral as what happened to our classmate. The other bodies were intact. They'd been strangled and assaulted. The body of our classmate was completely ripped apart. The adults started coming up with their own theories, attempting to understand it all. At a town hall meeting, a farmer was mocked when he started talking about a giant black creature killing his livestock north of the field where they found the boy. But then, amidst the laughter and chatter, another voice speaks up from somewhere in the room, claiming they've also seen something dark as night running through the trees around his backyard. He described it as a wolf with eyes and teeth of a shark. As the crowd begins to steadily hush, more and more people come forward with accounts, all describing the same thing. After that meeting, a small group of willing men gathered weapons and flashlights, then went looking for whatever was in those woods. They combed all around the forest in ATVs all night and into the next day. One of the hunters claimed to have seen a dim, glowing ball of light following behind him while he was riding through the trees. It stayed behind him for a couple of miles, then went super fast past him, like a clap of lightning in the dark. None of the other men could confirm his story, though, because they'd all gone in separate directions trying to cover as much land as possible. A year would go by without an attack, then another and another. The town would eventually be able to reclaim its calm, pastoral feel and heal. Some still fully believe that it was an otherworldly being that visited the town, and some will claim that it was the work of a deranged serial killer that was caught years ago. I've always kind of been fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea, so when the opportunity arose to scuba dive in the murky depths of the Puget Sound, I couldn't resist. I knew very little about scuba diving, but I'd had an instructor with me, two in fact, as well as a small group of other very beginner divers. It was a super misty morning. A layer of fog was still over the water when we'd walked our way in. I was from Everett, but Mukilteo practically sits right beside it, but it's got some of the most beautiful views and a spot well known for diving. Right between a beautiful hotel and some off-limits oil docks. The area is rather peaceful, to say the least, compared to the main beach or the lighthouse park. I found myself descending into the chilly waters off the coast. We weren't head under quite yet, but I could hardly wait to explore the world just beneath me and surrounding me. There was a period of time where I felt so comfortable I almost lost focus on the instructor and what they were saying. Luckily, it was all repeated. Finally, submerged. It was much quieter than I expected it to be. Only the sound of my own breathing through the gear mingled with the almost eerie silence. I navigated the underwater space through the kelp forests. I realized it was also darker than I expected. Everything, including myself, swayed with a gentle current. I was calm, and then I wasn't. An unexplainable unease began to settle within me. It was as if an invisible force would snatch me into the darkness at any given moment. It felt as if I was being watched, for sure. I tried to tell myself, you're with people. It's probably just an actual person. Though I knew deep in my gut, the same gut screaming for me to get away. There wasn't a fellow diver in those dark shadows of the water, but someone, something, watching my every move, was in the shadows. Just as I was about to resurface, a spectral figure materialized before me, underneath the surface. The ghostly apparition was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Translucent and ethereal, much lighter than the shadow it seemed to emerge from. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and at first I thought it was some sort of jellyfish, but I saw its eyes, as piercing as any bright light. Just for a moment, they were fixed on me, causing me to increase my speed to the surface. Still, I was so curious about what I'd seen. Surely those weren't eyes. Now that I'd had a moment to think, I considered that maybe I had in fact seen another diver, that the light had been their headlamp, too, somehow. I didn't have mine on at the time, but maybe I should have. I lowered myself closer to the seabed, trying to capture a glimpse of its presence again. But as I descended, to my sheer horror, the apparition was directly in front of me. At first, I thought it was mirroring my movements, but I realized, whatever it was swimming away. I rose to the surface again, Realizing most of the divers were to the northeast of me, I was the furthest back. I swam closer to the group and descended underwater. I realized even from a distance the divers were much clearer. I could see their details clearly underwater. They weren't remotely transparent or shimmering in any way. I decided to try my luck one more time. I swam back in the direction I just explored, but I felt someone grab my leg. I was completely unprepared for the sensation, and it caused me to panic underwater. Summoning some remaining courage, I propelled myself away from the grip on my leg, my heart pounding in my chest. And even though I had oxygen, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Like I needed air. I felt it again, a strong pull on my leg. The water's current seemed to conspire against me, suddenly pushing me further into the sound, away from the safety of the surface, further away from the rest of the group. Just as I thought all hope was lost, an eerie stillness settled around me. There was no longer a grip on my leg, and I seized the opportunity to swim upwards with all of my might. Breaking through the surface and touching shore, I removed my headgear and gasped for air. Up to that point in life, I'd almost drowned twice. Been stung by a kind of jellyfish that hurt, and been thrown from a four-wheeler into a metal shed. But at that moment, my body was trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and relief like I'd never felt before. I don't doubt that the Puget Sound is a beautiful ecosystem worth exploring, and it's got several good spots. I've just never been back to that spot in particular. The memory of the underwater encounter, it's still vivid in my mind. I decided that I didn't really need to know what it was. Honestly, the moment it tried to pull me under or away, just pull it all, I was done. I'm finally ready to talk about the reason I went back to school last year. Before that, I was working on fishing boats. I don't have a wife or kids, so my time is my own. People always thought that it was weird that I enjoyed spending long stretches at sea, but I always thought that it was weird that they didn't. I figured it was one of those to each their own kind of things, but maybe they knew something I didn't, or just had better instincts. Most of the companies work similar to oil rigs. You go out with your crew for a few weeks, and then you come home to be off for a few weeks. I enjoyed my time off the same way that I did my time on, at sea. For every big industry boat, there are just as many day fishers. And it wasn't uncommon for me to help one out if they fell short-handed. Well, one morning during the summer of 22, I headed down to the docks in hopes of setting out with one of my day crews. My usual guys didn't have any openings, but I did notice a few summer boys arguing over where to find the gas tank, so I decided to introduce myself. Rich kids on college break were my favorite employers. There's no real work to do, so it's basically a babysitting gig. These guys wanted to take out Daddy's boat to get some good pictures for Instagram, but then they got to the docks and didn't know what to do next. There were 3 of them, but I probably shouldn't use their real names, so the owner's son can be Chad, and his buddies can be Sam and Dan. After gassing up, I made my sales pitch and they invited me right along. The only thing they cared about was catching one of those swordfish things, and being back before dark. The home before dark part was a piece of cake, but I'll circle back to the marlin stipulation in a minute. I would have gone for free, but I didn't argue when they gave me $500. It was just before 8 a.m. when we left the dock for a small island that local kids sometimes use for parties. But people never go beyond that point because the other side is surrounded by tail, jagged rocks. One's hidden just beneath the surface. They'll put a hole in your hole before you realize what's happening, and they extend much further than you'd expect from such a small island. But the safe side is big. Like I said, kids party there all the time. I don't want it to sound like I recklessly took them to some dangerous location. We didn't even go to the actual island, only close enough to point it out. We anchored and began fishing around noon. Normally, I would have spent a good half hour explaining a few key differences between regular fishing and deep-sea fishing, but they had done zero research before the trip. With the bait that they had brought along, I didn't have to worry about them hooking a marlin or letting it get away with their poles. People like that never think about the fact that the fish will unhook itself. The first hour or so went exactly as I expected. Chad and Sam made some nice catches, but didn't want to touch the fish, so I kept taking them off the lines and rebaiting their hooks after the photo op. Dan, however, he learned to bait his own pretty fast because he kept getting robbed. It seemed like we had a good system worked out. After a few beers, I felt comfortable trying some of my own bait to see if I could catch the boys something worthy of posing with, but that turned out to be a nearly fatal mistake. While I was showing off to Chad and Sam, I realized Dan grabbed some of my bait, but even if I had, it really shouldn't have been that big of a deal. That just had to be the one time he set his hook properly. It was instantly clear that something was wrong when the entire boat lurched back hard enough to knock us on our asses. I shouted for Dan to let go, but he couldn't hear me over the loudest splash that I've heard in my life. I don't say that lightly. I've watched my captain fight a great white, and they make a hell of a fuss, but this sounded like a goddamn whale. I didn't need to see it to know that we were in danger. As I rose to my feet, there was a second giant splash, and a hard impact to our starboard side, knocking us all back on our asses. I scrambled to Dan, half crawling, half running, screaming to let go all the while. But as I got closer, I saw that he had. It was stuck on the rails, and he had been trying to turn it so that it would slide through. That's why I usually cover these things before the fishing begins. Once the panic starts, it's hard to utilize common sense. I began screaming, cut it, instead. But the words fell dead on my lips when the coil of a giant pale green serpent's body rose above the water and dropped onto the railing where the rod was stuck, smashing everything it impacted into splinters. The boat rocked to an almost 90-degree angle before slamming back into the water. Just before Dan could fall through the broken rails, I rushed to my feet to look over the side, just in time to see the last 6 feet of this tail disappear beneath the waves. I've spent my entire life on the ocean, but I've never seen anything like what we saw that day. It was like a giant anaconda left over from the Jurassic period. I've heard countless old sailors talk about creatures like it, but monster legends and sailing go hand in hand. Knowing what I do know now, it makes me wonder what other stories are true. And how many of the boating accidents by that island were actually from jagged rocks. Obviously, we returned to the docks immediately after that, but I haven't been able to go back out on the water since. Let me tell you how to score a couple of free flights to anywhere on the North American continent. All you gotta do is spend 6 hours on a non-stop flight to Montreal in a packed airplane while seated next to a dead man. And wouldn't you know it, he got the window seat. The dead man hadn't boarded the plane like this, however. Allow me to explain. I'm flying home from a bachelor party. I'm the last class on the plane. And when I get to my row of seats, it's in between 2 older men around the same age as each other. But they don't know each other, so my spot was right there in between them. 8B, 8A, and 8C are filled up, as well as every other number and letter on this plane. So, on a packed flight with no other option, I'm forced to squeeze in. The stewardess has to come over and push me down in my seat. My knees are almost up to my chest as I started to feel hungover from the morning of drinking I did just hours earlier. Don't be all judgy. My best friend was getting married, so I decided I'd surprise him by showing up and getting wasted with all of his groomsmen while he played it safe, because he was getting married in the morning. His groommen didn't really give a fuck, though. It was cool. I couldn't stay for the wedding because I had to work on Sunday and the rest of the week. Anyway, flying there was fine. I was with all the guys. We had 2 layovers before getting to California. But on the way back, I was by myself. I thought that the 6-hour flight would be an easier trip. I was arriving home at 4. My girlfriend was picking me up before she went to work. The plane takes off, and 10 minutes into the air, the window seat guy starts huffing and gasping, then just slumps forward. His forehead came to rest on the chair in front of him. If I hadn't heard him struggling, I'd have probably thought he was sleeping. Maybe. It looked like a pretty uncomfortable position to be in. I tap the man, asking if he's all right. He doesn't respond. I tap the button above me. When a flight attendant walks over, I express the concerns I had regarding the man's odd behavior. She also attempts to get his attention a few times before she places her hand on his neck, checking for a pulse. She then quickly leans back up and walks down the aisle straight into the cockpit. A few minutes later, she walks out and points to the back. One of the pilots is standing next to her, leaned out of the doorway looking at my section. They then both return back into the cockpit before the stewardess again walks out and closes the door behind her. She walks out of sight, and I eagerly wait for her to return. When she does, she's with another woman. She has a stethoscope and checks the man by the window. Then she and the other stewardess drape a white sheet over the man. Then I'm told that the pilots have decided not to make an emergency landing. Because the man was dead, there was technically no longer an emergency. Her face sorta does this funny thing as she delivers the next bit of information. Due to the flight being full, they were unable to move the man, and in turn, also unable to move me and the other man, the alive one. She says that when the plane does land, the man seated next to me and myself will be compensated for our patience with the unfortunate circumstances. Then it was suggested I scroll through their movie selection to pass time. I guess I was sort of in shock. I just started going through the movies. I chose Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. The other man opted for sleeping. I don't know how in the hell he was able to sleep with a dead man sitting 2 seats away, but I guess I'd find out soon. Most of the cabin lights were out in the plane when I turned my light off, but out of the corner of my eye, I swear to God, the guy under the sheet moved, like leaned up for a second before drooping back down. My heart started racing. I quickly flipped the light back on. Never felt a sensation like that before. My teeth jittered when I saw the white fabric start raising. The light above me leaves a glare on the screen that I'm trying to watch the movie on, but every time I flip the light off, the sheet starts to twitch and move. I closed my eyes and tried not to look in its direction. Then its leg shakes and bumps mine. It's too much. I jump up without even thinking, waking the man next to me. He looks annoyed. He fixes his eye mask and proceeds to sleep. I look around the plane. Those near our seats seem to be aware of what's happening, whereas the front of the plane seems less involved in what's going on. Either way, none of these people are going to switch seats with me. I reluctantly sit back down. I can't even focus on the movie anyway. Only the man. He's not moving for now. I'm too afraid to even close my eyes. I find myself spiraling internally at the situation at hand. I focus on my small cabin light, staring into it instead of anywhere else on the plane. I don't know how much time passed as I stared and thought about this mess, and suddenly the light flickers, ever so slightly. Never seen that before. Just as suddenly, a woman from in front of me turns around and says, "I'm sorry, what was that? What do you need?" She's making eye contact through the small slit between the seats. I didn't say anything, so I told her, "I didn't say anything, sorry." She stands up, turns around, looks from me to the man sleeping, to the man under the sheet. She's starting to resemble what I'm feeling inside, horrified. She asks if I'm sure, which I am, so I tell her as much. She apologized and slowly took her seat. What was that? I had no idea, but it didn't help me with my feelings of anxiety or dread. I looked over at the dead man, still not moving. That's good. I turned toward the sleeping man, and I closed my eyes. Somehow, someway, I fell asleep. I don't think it lasted very long. In either way, I was awoken abruptly by being met with a horrifying odor. It, along with some newfound sounds, are coming from the dead man. Holy fuck, I think to myself. I'm smelling this guy now. It doesn't take long before I notice that others around me are already reacting to this smell, looking around for the source of the offensive odor. Of course, I knew where it was coming from, and it was inescapable. How was it humanly possible to be in this situation? My mind was bending over and over again, and it continued through the entire flight. I didn't sleep another wink, just sat there, paranoid, looking at the dead man every few moments. I still hadn't turned my cabin light off, so I could see. The man had shifted. Surely just naturally. Natural death stuff. That's what I told myself. It must have been another hour into the flight. I heard this moan or groan, but it sounded very alive. The woman in front of me, she heard it too. I see her turn and make eye contact through the seats. Silently yet collectively, we both hit the button for assistance, anxiously waiting to see a stewardess head in our direction. When she arrives, I ask if she can check the man's pulse. I tell her, we're hearing noises, like he's trying to breathe. Her eyes widen, and she grabs another stewardess, the one with the stethoscope. They reach across me once more, this time removing the sheet. And as morbidly curious as I am, I can't bring myself to look at the man. But the smell, it's enough this time to make me get up. I apologize as I pushed past the group. I'm definitely gonna throw up. I actually managed to make it to the bathroom, but I lose whatever contents I had once I get there. Mainly leftover alcohol. It's horrible, but it doesn't compare to what I've experienced thus far. I, a full-grown man, wanted to cry at the idea of going back to sitting next to a dead man. But the door, it won't open. Why the fuck won't it open? This entire flight is turning into a flight of firsts for me. I start shaking the door, switching the lock back and forth, anything I can. I think to myself, am I seriously gonna have to press the help button? I keep trying the door, and as I'm pushing, doing nothing special, it just opens, almost hitting the flight attendant who had made it to the other side of the door. She looked a little confused, but God, if only she knew how fucking confused I was. She's asking me if I'm okay. I don't even know what to say, so I give her an answer by shaking my head and walking back to my seat. But I turn around to ask the woman, was he alive? But her wince tells me no, and then she confirms it with a verbal no. Great. The last 2 hours of the flight, much like the first 4, were hell. My free vouchers or flying miles didn't seem worth this experience at all. Would I ever even get on another plane? I thought to myself. Approaching our aisle, I wanted to just go live in the bathroom, but I sucked it up and took my seat. The woman in front, she turns around again. Psst. Hey, they said the man doesn't have a pulse, that he's really dead. I wait, expecting her to tell me more. She doesn't, so I share that I'm aware. She scoffs as though we're on the outside of some joke, and she says, but you heard him too, right? like you heard him talking and the moaning, like, please tell me you heard that too. The thing is, I'd heard some of it. Worst of all, I'd felt several of these post-mortem. But speaking, no, I hadn't heard that. I didn't know what to say. Should I lie and spare this woman's sanity? Do I tell the truth, potentially sending her into some sort of, I don't know, psychosis? My brain truly couldn't handle much more. For all I knew, this lady was nuts. Something told me, though, that she wasn't. I just told her, I've definitely been hearing things over here. This is all just very disturbing. She nods in agreement, exchanges a half-hearted smile before turning back around. What the fuck? Never been so happy to land. I've had turbulence. I've had actual emergency landings before, but this was my first time experiencing death on a flight. And I gotta say, hands down the worst. I imagine the plane literally crashing is the only thing that could surpass this situation. Leaving that airport, I was replaying everything in my head, and again out loud to my girlfriend. And it's like, was the woman crazy? Or is it even remotely possible that somehow she was hearing this man's ghost speaking to her? I don't really mess with that stuff, but apparently my girlfriend thinks it's literally possible. She also thought that being able to fly anywhere was pretty great, despite everything I'd just told her. But truly, I haven't been very eager to fly again. I have a basement apartment in a small, quiet town, and I routinely go for walks on sleepless nights. The streets stay busy during the day since I'm only a couple blocks away from the heart of downtown. But at night, there's rarely a soul to be seen. I'm an introvert who works from home, so this is really the only time I even go outside. I always walk the same route. It makes a square that leads right back to the front door. At the halfway point, there's a house that's been empty longer than I've been alive. It's known for being haunted, but I've never believed in that stuff or been inside of it until last night. As I was passing by, I heard a banging sound coming from inside and what sounded like a muffled cry for help. I thought some nosy kid had gotten stuck or something. As I approached the front window to look inside, there was only silence. So I called through the broken glass. Hello? Is anyone here? You okay? I couldn't make out what was said, but someone or something in the back of the house answered me. I still couldn't make out most of the words, but at least one was help, or maybe hell, but help seemed more likely given the circumstances. I had to lay my jacket over the broken glass along the windowsill, but I clearly wasn't the first to do so. Kids were always daring each other to go inside, which is why I was so ready to believe that one was in there right now. As soon as I got in, I noticed it was several degrees colder, but I didn't have much time to think about it because there was also an awful smell, the worst stench I've ever experienced. It was like something died and was left to rot in the sun for weeks. The floor creaked beneath my every step as I crossed the living room area and entered the kitchen. Trash was scattered everywhere, and the smell was somehow growing worse the further I went. Realizing I hadn't heard anything since coming inside, I called out again. Is anyone here? The only answer I received was a sudden, desperate knocking on the basement door. It was 8 to 10 feet away, and I could see it shaking in its frame with each violent bang. I thought some kid had gotten locked down there and was getting the scare of his life, but then the doorknob turned effortlessly in my hand, and nobody was on the other side. I was, however, hit with a powerful blast of something putrid. It made me throw up a little. I definitely found the source of whatever was causing that horrendous smell. I couldn't see anything past the dark staircase, and I didn't want to. I suddenly felt like something was watching me, and I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Something had lured me into that house, and now it wanted me to go down the stairs, but I wasn't having it. I turned around and ran, but when I crossed through the living room, something pushed me down. It felt like 2 hands pressed flat on my back and shoved me right to the ground. I was a little dazed and extremely frightened, but there was nothing around me, so I got back up and stumbled outside in a hurry. When I got home, I could still feel the imprint of where something had touched my back. So I looked in the mirror, and I found 2 large red marks right in the center. I don't know what's in that abandoned house, but I don't joke about it anymore. The place is absolutely haunted. My grandparents basically raised me, so growing up between the ages of 4 through 9, I spent a majority of my childhood living with them in their home in eastern Washington. It was what I'd call my happy place, but every once in a while I'd have to spend some time with my mom. I say have to because at this time she was no fun to be around. She didn't get clean until I was about 9, so things before that were always shaky. My resistance to seeing my mom, though, it wasn't all her. A lot of it had to do with her apartment. It sat in downtown Spokane, and it was a small one. I guess you'd call it a studio. There was really only one door, the front door. The bedroom was essentially the living room and the kitchen, but the bathroom, it was across the hallway. You'd have to leave the apartment and step across the way to access it. Each unit shared their bathroom with another one, though this didn't seem to be a problem since most of my mom's buildings seemed empty. The first time I stayed there, I remember being too scared to use the bathroom at night, so I just held it, waited for some light outside. This couldn't last, though, not if I didn't want to have an accident. One night, squirming in the pull-out bed, I tried to wake my mom up to see if she would go with me. She was unwakeable. She was snoring, and clearly in a deep sleep. After being patient long enough, I had no choice. I tried to make as much noise as possible, in hopes that those noises would wake my mom up, but it didn't work. I'd made it to the front door, and she was still snoring, so I ventured across the hallway, solo. It was only a couple of steps before you were inside the bathroom, but it seemed like miles. My stomach was all sorts of nervous to be standing between 2 open doors, so I tiptoed my way into the bathroom. With the light switch on the outside, I was able to turn the light off before entering fully, and then I closed the door behind me. I tried to make the whole thing as quick as possible. Everything was going well, but just as I was about to be done, the lights turned off. Sitting in the pitch black, I almost shit myself, which, considering my position, wouldn't have been the worst, but no, I was terrified. Completely frozen in position. Somehow I managed the meekest of sounds. I was attempting to say, "Someone's in here," but it was hardly a whisper. I tried again, and I was more successful, but the light remained off. I really wasn't sure I was going to ever be able to move. I was scared of the dark as it was, but here I knew that I was completely alone. 2 doors separating me from my mom, who was in a deep sleep slumber. It occurred to me that I was exposed to various strangers the moment I opened that door. Anyone could be out there. Still in the pitch black, I positioned myself to pull up my pants. Now slightly less exposed, I contemplated what to do next. Instantly, I went for the sink, and before I could even touch the faucet, I was flailing sideways, back towards the toilet, horrified by the image reflected in the mirror. In the darkness, I hadn't expected to see myself, but I saw something. At first, I couldn't distinguish male or female, but the hair was stark white, which matched the skin entirely. The figure wasn't looking at me directly, and even though I saw this image directly in the mirror, it was still too dark to see anything else. I instinctively looked behind me as I jumped to the side. The reflection had to be coming from somewhere, right? I was alone in there. This image remained in the mirror despite me moving away from the mirror. Its gaze held off to the side, not saying anything, not even really doing anything except seemingly floating within the mirror itself. Just a disembodied head of pure white. Only there were features. I could tell that whatever this was, at one time, it was a human, or it wanted me to perceive it as such. I started to feel a sense of dread. Before, I'd been scared, and then curious, and now I just knew I needed to get out of that bathroom. As I made my way to the door, avoiding the sink this time, I kept my eyes on the old white head staring to the side. But then, it looked directly at me, blackness where its eyes should have been. I don't remember if I screamed out loud, but I stopped looking at the mirror to focus on the doorknob. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. It was one of those pop locks. Just turn the knob from the inside and it unlocked itself. Only, that wasn't working. All I could think was that someone had to be holding the door or something. The strength I was using was everything I had. The door should have at least budged. Panic ensued, and by this time, I was crying, trying everything that I could now just to be heard. Couldn't someone just please open this door? Then, the lights flickered for a moment, but total darkness again. If heart attacks are possible at 7 years old, I was sure I was about to have one. But then, as I was hanging backwards with all of my body weight, holding the doorknob with both hands, feet against the wall for support, the door suddenly opened, and I fell backwards, hitting my head. The next thing I remember, I'm laying on the bathroom floor, fluorescent lights above my head, and as I sit up, I can see the door is wide open. I make a run for my mom's front door and thank the literal God above himself that it wasn't locked. I didn't need any other obstacles. I wasn't like a religious kid or anything, but I prayed that night. Instead of sleeping, I just literally prayed that I never experienced that again. I prayed that whatever that experience was, that I was safe, that my mom was safe, that God would protect us. I was making deals with God all night, basically, promising to never be bad, always tell the truth, join the Peace Corps. I'm sure that I didn't really have a clue what it was and that I actually called it Corps for the longest time, but clueless as I was, I just needed whoever was in charge to know that I seriously never wanted to experience that again. And I never did. My mom only lived there for that year, and I only saw her a handful of times. Her next place was arguably worse, looks-wise, in the area. It was horrifying for its own reasons, but at least it wasn't someone living inside of her mirror kind of horrifying. I still have no idea. Ghost, demon, what was that thing? We moved into my current house in 2018, and since then, weird things have been happening, especially to me. The summer I moved in, one night around 2 a.m., I was going to my kitchen to get a drink. I was walking down the stairs when I saw a group of people. I can't quite describe their faces because they were vague and it's dark, but they're around my table in the dining room. By the time I realized what I was seeing, they disappeared. In 2019, this time I was alone at home. I didn't have my dog yet, but I had my cat. I heard footsteps upstairs. I was in the living room. It was littler noises, small steps. So to be sure it wasn't my cat, I looked around me. Sure enough, he happened to be next to me on the couch. So, who was walking upstairs? After 30 minutes, I had the courage to go check. With a knife from the kitchen, of course. You never know. And in the end, nothing to explain it. Windows closed. Nothing moved. It was as if there was no one there, but I'm sure that's not the case. In 2020, I now have a dog. The first time I noticed this, it was dark. My sister and I were eating when all of a sudden my dog started barking, staring at the garden, as if to scare something or someone. I looked at my garden, and there was absolutely nothing. It's surely explainable, but personally, I didn't find anything. Each time, I never did. Fast forward to 2021. I never slept on my side, as I wasn't fond of not seeing what was behind me, until one evening I found myself facing the wall, lying on my side, without knowing what was behind me. I sort of woke up. I had that feeling that I've never had before. I was sure and certain that something was behind me. I could feel it. At that moment, all I wanted to do was scream. I was sure, though, if I did, something bad was going to happen to me. To be sure that I didn't have sleep paralysis, I tried to move my fingers, my legs, my feet. I managed to do all of that without any worries. And all of a sudden, I felt someone pushing me gently, so that instead of being on my ribs, I found myself on my stomach. I managed to prevent this thing from pushing me further. I don't know how, but I know that as soon as I did that, I fell asleep. It was from that moment that things got worse, penetrating my dreams for sure. In the summer of 2022, I was on vacation in Spain. During that vacation at night, I was not very calm. I had the impression that whatever was at home had followed me there too, appearing in my dreams as different things. Maybe they were just nightmares, but it all seemed connected. Those dreams continued. In February 2023, I woke up one morning with a huge scratch that suddenly appeared during my sleep. The mark was quite long. The scratch itself stung very much. A few days later, I had a red streak right across the same area of the scratch, again during my sleep. And again, a few days later, I woke up with a red line across my nose, which happened while I was sleeping. March 2023. I was in my bathroom. It was dark, around 12 a.m. I heard someone knock on the door 6 or 7 times before I replied that it was busy. Right after my answer, it stopped. When I came out, I thought it was my dad, so I went to his room before I saw that he was sleeping. My mom, too, so it wasn't them. My sister was also sleeping. My brother was at university, so I was the only one awake. So who could have knocked? 2023, at the end of April, exactly 2 days ago, I left to eat with friends around 12:40, returned at 6 p.m. As soon as I got back, the atmosphere changed. I felt uncomfortable, a feeling of fear, without knowing why. As soon as I got home, I instantly noticed that my animals were behaving strangely. I went to my room to look for something, immediately realized something was wrong in there. Turns out the color of the LEDs had changed, which can't happen on its own unless somebody decides to do it. Going back down to my living room, I saw my animals were only staring at points near me, like protecting me or seeing something potentially dangerous that I can't see. Everywhere I go, my cat follows me, watching a different place right next to me. In the living room, sitting on the couch, both stare at a spot right next to me, side of my couch 2 meters away from me. From the dining room, they fixate on the kitchen and the cellar door. It was as if something was following me wherever I went, and my animals were following it. I really started to feel bad and scared when I saw that my cat, who basically doesn't like to stick around people, was following me everywhere. I was going to the toilet, he was coming. Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. My dog sat for 10 minutes staring at a particular spot, which is my kitchen, darkened by the evening. My cat staring at a particular spot right next to me. As soon as my parents got home, they stopped. I felt better. But the oddities, they won't stop. So, me and my mom found an estate sale a few neighborhoods down from us while we were on our morning walk. She and I have a summer routine of waking up at 6 and walking the neighborhoods before breakfast. The house was one of the largest in the neighborhood, and presumably the oldest. Or let's say, most worn in amongst the other houses. At first, we didn't know if it was open to the public yet, but the front door was propped open with a wooden sign that literally said, "Come inside." So we went inside. A few steps in, my mom calls out, "Hello?" But the house felt empty. We walked through a few other rooms on the main floor and nothing had price stickers on it or looked like it was ready for sale. It was like we'd randomly walked through someone's existing life. There were dishes in the sink and an open book on the kitchen counter. It was weird. I think my mom was feeling uncomfortable too, because she kept saying hello as we'd walk through from room to room. Each wall was adorned with family photos and trinkets from a lifetime of collecting. In one of the rooms is a beautiful mosaic lighthouse lamp that my mom really wanted. We would have left sooner if she hadn't found something she really liked. At the bottom of the stairs leading to the next floor, my mom thinks she hears people talking upstairs. I can also hear the sound of muffled walking and talking coming from upstairs, so we head up to the second floor, hoping to find anyone who could tell us what's for sale and how much. As we're walking up, the sounds that we were hearing from downstairs started to get quieter. By the time we stepped up to the second level, the house had become silent once again. The second floor was empty, just like the first. After a thorough look and walk around, I hear almost the same thing, muttered chattering and walking in the distance, only for a moment, and then silence again. My mom suggested we go back downstairs. She expects we'll find people there. But we don't. We find the place as empty as we did the first walkthrough. My mom grabs my shoulder, saying, "Let's get out of here," and swiftly walks us out the front door. No idea what that place was, but I felt a great sense of relief walking out those doors. My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before, but they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal, while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. In that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement, and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it. "Help me!" Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh. Making sure to stay completely still, Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying, "Hello, hello, help me, help me." Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help. The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were. But with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descend towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything, just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things. I'm a 23-year-old female and I work at Rue 21 in a big outlet mall. On the weekends, we don't close until 10 and I sometimes leave my car there while going out with my friends. They usually drop me off at the end of the night and I go home from there. This past weekend, we stayed out later than usual. I didn't make it back until almost 3:30, and mine was the last car in the parking lot. I'm also a smoker, not a drinker, and I wasn't high when they dropped me off. Best to get that established up front. I was, however, pretty tired. So I scrolled through Instagram while drinking a coffee to wake up a little. I'd only been there for a few minutes when a soft tapping on my passenger side window scared me half to death. The street lamp provided enough light to identify the shape of a young boy from the nose down, but the rest of him was cut off by the top of the door. I watch a lot of true crime, so a kid coming up to my car in the middle of the night had me on edge right away. The fact I didn't hear him coming was also a pretty bad sign. I didn't even have the radio on yet. He must have been deliberately stealthy on his approach. I've seen plenty of horror stories where people use kids as a lure, so all this made me do was check the locks, which were thankfully engaged. Just in case, I called out, "Are you okay? Do you need me to call the police?" He didn't move or respond. Next, I asked him to back up so I could see his face while we talked, but he still didn't move or speak. That was all I needed in order to leave with a clear conscience. I reached down to get my keys from my purse and dropped them on the floorboard. When a second child tapped on my driver's window, I nearly jumped out of my seat. Then, once I saw its face, I screamed bloody murder. A ghostly, pale girl with solid black eyes, who appeared no older than 7, was staring at me as if I were some strange foreign creature. I frantically felt for my keys while looking from one kid to the other. My eyes were filled with tears, so they were just blobs at that point, but I needed to know that they weren't moving. When my fingers finally closed around the ring, I hurried to start the engine, and my headlights turned on to reveal 2 more black-eyed children standing in front of my car. I screamed again as I reversed from the parking lot and ran over a curb in my haste. None of the children moved an inch while I did so I didn't pause to turn my car around until I was on the other side of the mall. I had purposely parked where the cameras wouldn't see how late I returned. My boss can be pretty judgy, but I checked the recordings on Monday anyway. I'd hoped that something would have at least picked up which direction the kids came from, but I couldn't find any sign of them on the footage. I can't explain what happened. I just know I'm not leaving my car at work anymore. A few days ago, I moved into a real house after 10 years of living in a tiny 1-bedroom apartment. The only reason I could afford it was because a woman had killed her daughter in the guest bathroom. The family was desperate to be done with the place. Though I deeply sympathized with the tragic loss they suffered, I didn't really mind a house with sordid history. I've never believed in ghosts, bad juju, or any of that stuff. By the time I moved in, the murder was over a year in the past, and the home had been professionally cleaned. The mother was able to continue living there for a few weeks before the body was discovered during a welfare check. But the neighbors behaved as if I was moving in the day after it had happened. Some checked their mail, washed their cars, while others peeked through their blinds. But not a single one introduced themselves or offered to help me unload the U-Haul. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect them to. In fact, I'd been dreading it. But if they were going to gawk anyway, I would have appreciated a little help with the bookshelves. It's perfectly natural for them to wonder who would buy such a house, but they didn't have to wonder. I'd have been happy to answer their questions. The sooner they got over the novelty of me moving in, the sooner I could settle into a boring suburban life. Well, as it turns out, they had more to gawk about than I realized. My first night was completely normal until I went to bed. It was just after midnight. I was totally exhausted. I don't even remember passing out. I just know it was almost 2 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of a child screaming. I leapt out of bed, confused and disoriented from being in a new house, and stumbled my way to the light switch. I was just starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing, when the house was filled with a very distinct sound of splashing water, a child crying for help. I ran to the bathroom out of pure instinct. When I got there, the door was locked, but the light was on, and I could see shadows moving inside. My first thought was of an intruder, but why would someone break in solely to wreak havoc in my bathroom? I pounded on the door as the screaming continued, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, I ran to the kitchen, hoping to find something skinny enough to wedge into the opening, and everything instantly fell silent. When I returned, the door opened easily. The light was off, and there wasn't a drop of water in the tub. I checked every room just to be sure, before collapsing into bed and sleeping through till morning. The sunlight made everything from the previous night seem like a bad dream, and I would have convinced myself that's what it was if I hadn't woken up with a spatula in my hand. I went for a run to clear my head, met one of the neighbors on my route. She asked how my first night was, and something about the look on her face made me tell the truth. Thank goodness, too, because she would have never told me what she knew if I hadn't. Apparently, several people have heard screams coming from my house. And even on quiet nights, they've seen the bathroom light on. The strangest part about that is that the power was shut off until the day I moved in. The first time anyone saw it, they called the police, but there was no sign of squatters. Nothing else happened until last night, when I woke up to the sound of footsteps barreling down the hallway. A louder, heavier pair seemed to be right behind the smaller, lighter set, and I could practically see the mother chasing her poor daughter into the bathroom. I half expected to hear the door slam despite leaving a chair on the threshold, but everything fell silent when the footsteps reached the end of the hall. I barely slept the rest of the night. I kept dreaming that a little pale girl was watching me from the corner of the room. I'd open my eyes and imagine shapes in the darkness. Half the time, I don't know which moments were real and which ones were imaginary. The bottom line is, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really don't want to spend another night in that house, but I have nowhere else to go. My entire life savings is tied up in a haunted piece of shit that nobody wants. Seriously, what the hell am I gonna do? As it turns out, my mom, dad, and cousin each have a story that takes place on the same patch of road in Mexico. I'll tell them as they were relayed to me individually. My parents actually met here in the United States, but they grew up in neighboring pueblos in Mexico. Connecting the two pueblos is a long, empty span of road, maybe 5 miles long, which is apparently haunted. These stories take place many years apart, but the exact same patch of road. The first story, my father's horse is distressed. When my dad was a young man, he loved horses, jerapos, and drinking. While he has since put down the bottle, he still loves horses and jerapos. Back in the day, he would occasionally ride his horse out across the road to the neighboring pueblos to hang out or hit up some parties. One early morning, he was returning home on horseback from a party in the neighboring pueblo. He was a bit drunk and was casually making his way home when suddenly the air grew still and the night went silent. He said something just felt off, and his horse could sense it as well. My dad says that you can always tell what a horse is focusing on by looking at their ears, and in this case, my dad's horse's ears were perked up stiff and focusing at the empty field beside them. Thinking that there might be some sort of animal stalking them, my dad looked around, but the fields beside them were empty, and there weren't any bushes or things for an animal to hide behind. Suddenly, the air went cold, and my dad felt goosebumps on the back of his neck, almost as if something was right behind him. That's when my dad's horse couldn't take it anymore and took off running for its life. My dad held on tightly and tried several times to bring the horse to a stop, but it was dead set on getting the hell away from whatever they had just encountered. Eventually, they finally reached their pueblo, and the horse calmed down and came to a stop. Never before or after had the horse behaved that way. This left my dad shook up. Needless to say, he was sober by the time he reached home. This next one, my cousin's passenger. My cousin is a few years older than me, so this story takes place many years after my dad's. One late night, my cousin was driving my uncle's pickup truck. He didn't make any mention of where he was heading or in which direction, but he said he was making his way across the same stretch of road. He said that he was driving along and all seemed very calm when suddenly he felt a presence in the vehicle. This pickup truck is one of those older two-door pickup trucks, which have a single long bench-style seat for the driver and passenger. My cousin says he felt the passenger side of the seat sink in, as if someone suddenly took a seat beside him. He said that experience scared him stiff and had him so shook up that he was cold sweating and crying. He was thinking that might be the moment he was going to die. Instinctually, he dared not turn around to face whatever it was sitting beside him, but the presence was so real and he could even make out some sort of silhouette there beside him through his peripheral vision. After a couple miles of panic and sobbing, he eventually reached the neighboring pueblo, and the presence gradually faded away. He made it home safe, but the experience has scarred him. Now for the last one. My mom and cousin spot a hitchhiker. This last one is short, and it actually took place a couple of years ago. This happened to my cousin from the previous story and my mom. A couple of years ago, my mom went to Mexico to hang with family. Her return flight home was in the early morning, so my aunt had my cousin drive her to the airport. Along the way, on that same patch of road, they spotted a man hitchhiking on the side of the road. This was a very strange sight, as not many people hitchhike along that road. Much less early in the morning before the sun's even out. As you might deduce from the last couple of stories, land around the road is largely empty. There's not really any good reason to be out there at that time. Jokingly, my cousin suggested that they pick him up. They nervously laughed it off in the car and drove past the man. As they continued along, however, they swore they could hear someone whistling at them from out in the empty fields. This made them very nervous, and they wondered if the man, whatever he was following them. Eventually, they reached the neighboring pueblo, where they also swore they spotted him standing just outside the entrance. My friends and I were trying to make ghost hunting shows long before the paranormal reality TV hype. It was me, my friend Mike, Garrett, and his wife Lacey. Lacey was the manager of a Radio Shack, and she was able to get us all the equipment that we needed for cheap. Her and Garrett would do all of the filming. Mike had the idea and was the face of the show, and I had the van. We did most of our shooting down near Rayleigh. For one of the episodes, we filmed at a supposedly haunted house. Its history had a whole family murder-suicide thing attached to it. It felt like the real deal. The other episodes we filmed previously were at our local graveyards, real lowball content. When everyone loaded into the van that night, Garrett and Lacey were bickering. I'd never seen them fight before this, and Mike and I sat uncomfortably the whole trip as they fought in the back. When we arrived at the house, their arguing died down as we were all a little awestruck at the sight of this dilapidated 2-story wooden structure, once resembling a home. The excitement grew amongst us again, and we were all reinvigorated to spend the night looking for ghosts. It was heightened even more when we walked in, and Garrett got a spike on his EMF detector. The house smelled like mold and dust, and all the furniture in the house looked like it had been thrown around, almost like the couches, tables, and chairs were balanced upside down or laid on their side up against the wall, intentionally. Oddly, there was no graffiti on the walls, and none of the mirrors or glass picture frames had been broken. Some tables still had stuff on them. The house wasn't messy, but every room had the same thing going on with the furniture. Mattresses resting against the wall, upside-down vanities with crystal-clear mirrors still attached and intact. There were technically 4 floors in this house that we'd been exploring. The first floor was the more open area. It held the family room, kitchen, a bathroom, 2 bedrooms. There was a balcony on the second floor that could look down to the first from the stairs connecting them. That floor was more of a long hallway with more bedrooms and another bathroom. The attic, where the supposed suicide of the mother had taken place, after she'd killed her family. A tall, dark, empty, triangular room with wooden support beams that stretched from end to end. I would also find a hollow spot located in the kitchen floor by accident. We all have smaller, cheaper camcorders of our own for when we'd split up and search through the house by ourselves. Fumbling around with my camera in the dark, I drop my lens cover and it bounces to the ground next to me. The room is quiet enough for me to hear it bounce and pinpoint the approximate location that it would be. When the plastic cap hits the ground, it made a sharp metallic tink noise. Instead of a dulled tap the cheap linoleum should have sounded like. I stepped a few feet over, and the pressure of the ground beneath my feet feels different, slightly more springy. I call Lacey over and she shines a light so that I can find my cap. While I'm on my hands and knees, I also felt around for the suspicious piece of metal flooring. I used my fist and pounded around on the ground in front of me until I found the spot again. Lacey saw the handle that would pull up a large section of flooring, revealing stairs into what looked like a homemade bomb shelter. Cans of fruit and vegetables, Boxes of other preserves and non-perishables filled the shelves on the walls. An L-shaped couch next to a small, foldable table both sat upright against the back wall. Discovering that room brought on an indescribably ominous feeling, like we'd released something back into the house when we opened the hatch. When we show Mike and Garrett what we've found, Mike gets extra excited and calls dibs on doing his solo escapade in the basement first. Garrett then calls the first floor. Lacey takes the second floor, and I was the lucky one chosen to spend time in the attic. We got to work on setting up a few extra static cameras around the house before rejoining in a circle on the ground in the living room. To start the night, Mike has his electronic spirit box in his lap, starts asking questions like, "Is anyone with us? Will you give us a sign if you're here?" We hear a few creaks and bumps, but nothing that couldn't be explained away by a house settling in. We decided to save tape and all go to our designated areas. Garrett synced our watches, so right when the timer beeped, we'd all simultaneously hit our record buttons, capturing each room in real time with each other. Climbing up the stairs, my leg breaks through a rotted floorboard, and my jeans get a large rip from the calf up to the knee. I'm lucky as my skin barely grazes the nail that snags my jeans. Lacey, walking up behind me, has to skip that stair while stepping around me before she can help pull me forward. The other stairs are equally as rickety, but none of the other wooden planks would give out on me for the rest of the climb. In the attic, the musty smell hits my nose the moment I pop my head in. There's a window on one side of the vertical walls. Under it is a chair facing out. It's the only item in the attic. My leg begins to throb when the adrenaline wears off, and I can feel the bruising and swelling pain that's growing in my ankle from the fall. The convenience of a sturdy chair to rest it on is too enticing to pass by, and I hobble over to plop my aching body down. As I do, my watch softly beeps once and then begins a 5-second timer. I steady my camcorder and press record on the last beep. The display screen on the side of the camera illuminates, and the footage that I'm getting is way too dark and grainy. I realize what small amount of light I could see being let in from the window wasn't able to be captured on my recording device. I tried messing with the settings, adjusting the contrast and brightness, but nothing could fix this image. That's when I stood up, moved the chair closer to the center of the attic, and turned my camera toward the window itself. The display screen shows a perfect shot. It was so dark in the actual attic that the small amount of light from the night sky looked vibrant and bright coming in. I can hear Lacey below me, pacing up and down the second-floor hallway. Her footsteps get quiet as she walks further away from my position. Then, footsteps run back down the hallway towards me. I think that she's coming to the stairs of the attic door, but she never came in. Instead, I heard the footsteps run back down the stairs, away from me again. I sit there listening for the sound of Lacey's footsteps to start up again, questioning if I'd just had a paranormal experience or if Lacey was really running around and why. A loud crash cuts through the silence, sounding like some sort of glass was involved. I nearly jumped to the rafters. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I wondered who accidentally broke something. Positive the noise was loud enough for everyone to pick it up, I went to leave the attic to figure out where it came from. But when I try to open the door, it's locked from the outside. I begin to feel an asthma attack taking hold. Until that moment, I hadn't had an asthmatic flare-up since I was a child. I didn't carry an inhaler with me. As I struggled to get air, I thought 2 decades of not needing to fill that prescription, and my lungs chose this moment to prove they still need steroids to function properly. The sips of oxygen become less and less with each gasp I suck in. Then Lacey started to scream, "Fire! Fire!" I hear her sprinting to where I am, but I'm too weak to call for help. All I can do is collapse backwards, away from the swing of the door. If she did manage to unlock it, I didn't want to be barricaded in there with my corpse. She bounds up the stairs, and I can hear her fighting with the handle until the doors open. I slumped on the support beam desperately, trying to regain control of my breathing while staying conscious. It's like blurry chunks of time after Lacey came in screaming that the house was on fire. When she saw me, her jaw dropped. I remember her helping me down the attic stairs. Smoke was filling the ceiling of the second floor. The fire was coming from the side bedroom. I don't remember the second flight of stairs, or how she helped me avoid the missing step. But I got to the first floor. On our way to the front door, I get a brief sight of Garrett, lying underneath a large, heavy, brass-framed mirror. I don't remember getting through the front door. In the damp grass outside, I woke up to see Lacey standing over me. She was doing CPR on me. My ribs felt broken, but I was breathing on my own. Mike runs out of the house and meets Lacey and I on the lawn. He asks where Garrett is. I don't know if what I saw was a delusion or not, but Lacey confirmed it when she told Mike that he was still in there. She says she saw the mirror leap from its hanging studs on the wall and fall off the balcony onto Garrett. Then smoke started pouring from the bedroom behind her. Mike didn't see Garrett when he heard Lacey's alarm, and he exited the basement. So he runs back in. Lacey tries to stop him, but Mike shakes her off and runs back inside. Mike is quite a bit smaller than Garrett, and he had to dig for every inch, pulling his body out of the house, filling with smoke. My vision gets cloudy. When my focus straightens out again, Garrett has magically appeared next to me in the grass. Garrett's on his back, lying next to me. He's out cold. There's still pieces of glass stuck in his hair, embedded in the fabric of his clothing. Mike frantically scrambles to look for a garden hose around the circumference of the house. He finds one, only to quickly realize the water and plumbing has been shut off years ago. No matter how many times Mike spun the faucet handle, I watch him finally give up and jog back to the three of us still in the grass. Garrett needed to go to the hospital. There was nothing we could do to save the house. I could get air back into my lungs again and told Mike to get Garrett into the van. I get into the driver's seat and Lacey helps slide Garrett's body into the back of the van. She gets in the back with him, and Mike hops in the passenger seat up front with me. It's close to an hour before we get to the hospital. Mike, Lacey, and we sit in the waiting room of the ER. The doctor eventually comes out to talk to Lacey, and I get to hear her recount what happened, filling in the blank pieces of my timeline. She wrestles with words, trying to describe her accounts. A mirror with a heavy brass frame, weighed easily over 50 pounds, floated off the wall and just so happened to land on top of your husband, the doctor asked. Lacey then described the fire that started, and the doctor stops her again and leaves to get the police officer to hear the story and get the fire department out to the house. Lacey repeats the story over again to the cop, and he just stares at her, and then us, then back at her, wide-eyed. He gets on the radio and asks a couple of units to go check on the address we gave him. Then he asks Lacey to tell him again how the mirror floated off the wall. Mike steps in and tries to explain our ghost hunting show, but that doesn't change the cop's expression. The doctor says something clever like, well, your friend Garrett almost became a ghost tonight. Garrett would spend 9 days in the hospital. I would swing by after work every day to check on him, talk to the doctors. By day 3, he's awake again. His jaw had to be wired shut. His face was swollen and a neck brace held his head up. The back of his head had chunks shaved out of it, replaced with rows of staples and stitches. The x-rays on the board above his bed showed that he'd fractured his skull in 3 places. When the mirror hit Garrett, it essentially power-bombed his face directly into the floor, the brass frame landing on the back of his head, crushing it against the ground. When he looked up at me, I could see that his eye sockets were purple and swollen. Besides gestures, for Garrett to communicate, the nurse had to give him a notepad and a pencil. Later in the visit, I asked if he saw the mirror levitate before it hit him. Garrett slowly grabs the notepad and writes on the top piece of paper, then rips it off and shows it to me. The note says, "Can you keep a secret?" I stared at the note, wondering what in the hell kind of secret he would be sharing. I tell him yes, and he quickly rips up the piece of paper, Then he throws the scraps away in the waste bin next to his bed. Garrett picks up the pencil and starts to write again. This time he's writing a while, filling up the page and flipping it over before continuing what he was writing down on the next. Finally, Garrett hands me 6 pages with his tiny handwriting covering each available line the paper provided. I sat back in the chair next to his bed and carefully read his notes. Garrett says he did see the brass mirror, but it didn't float off the wall by a malicious spirit. It was thrown at him by Lacey. On the next page, Garrett tells me that Lacey found some emails with a coworker, with some unforgiving photos attached. He confesses to a brief affair and begs Lacey's forgiveness. Garrett believes that she was just mad at him and understands why. Then he begs me not to tell the cops. The last few pages, he says that he's still trying to make things work with her. Garrett and Lacey were the kind of couple who were okay sharing their business with everyone. I already knew that Lacey had a crazy side, but this was on a level clear past the moon. Garrett was also a little mentally unwell if he was really going to accept attempted murder as a rational response to anything. The house was a total loss by the time the fire department got there. When the cops got around to asking what I knew, I stuck to my original story because technically I wasn't lying about what I'd personally seen that night. Lacey took all of the tapes from the cameras that night. After finding out what really occurred, it was too late to retrieve any video from the night. I don't think Garrett ever told Mike the real story either. Now, get this. Over 20 years later, Mike has a kid and pays child support to a woman he divorced the same year they were married. I too have been married and divorced. My marriage lasted 6 years and thankfully didn't result in any offspring. But Garrett and Lacey are still going strong. It was literally their anniversary at the beginning of this month. Last weekend, we all went bowling. I still regularly hang out with these people. All I can say is that love is strange, but their relationship is none of my business. If they're happy, I'm happy. Oh yeah, years later, I'd be told that Lacey started the fire in the bedroom. She also locked me in the attic before she went bananas, in fear that I'd walk down and stop her from enacting her revenge. And would you believe it's been over 20 years? I've worked my ass off to never get on Lacey's bad side. She's a cool chick, and I'm really happy she married my friend. Here's to many more years of happiness. I've been working at the Grand Sinclair Hotel, at least that's what I'll always call it, in the heart of the historical district for nearly a decade now. I've been with them since the beginning, and it's fair to say that there's something that lingers within these grand walls. Plenty of guests have reported as much. Though many guests have checked in and checked out without ever noticing it, as an employee, I've had my fair share of experiences, and I'm convinced that this place is haunted. The first sign for me came early, unexplained sounds echoing through the hallways. This was during the dead of night. Clearly, no guests roaming the halls, or even awake at that hour. These types of auditory experiences aren't only experienced by me. Others hear them too, mainly staff. One of our maids, probably my 3rd year at the hotel, told me that she heard sounds outside of the rooms when she was cleaning, often. She described hearing the very specific sound of someone running their fingers across the wall. She would then expect to see someone pass by the open doorway, only no one ever showed. The hallways were always empty. Eventually, she stopped checking. This was the same woman who told me that sometimes things would get moved on her cleaning cart when she'd be cleaning rooms, specifically the top floors, 16 and 17. She absolutely believed in ghosts and used to say that the building was very alive. Then you have those who have stayed at the hotel for extended periods of time. Some of these guests would report the very same sound, the sound of someone running their fingers across the walls. Hearing the reports, it's almost like the guests aren't really sure what to report, just a noise they can't explain, but they always try to explain it. and it's always the same description. I've only ever taken a few of those reports, but I'm one in a staff of over 30, and I often wonder how many people don't report this sound. To this day, I still have no real explanation for this one. The next thing I want to talk about is what I consider my first real experience. The first one that I couldn't just explain away as a guest who was just a night owl, or really any guest at all. I heard the very distinct sound of horses trotting. The trotting started from what sounded like far away, but then started to speed up, getting louder for just a moment before ceasing altogether. I swear on all that is holy, I know the sound of trotting horses quite well. I just have no idea where it came from in this instance. It sounded like they were quite literally trotting through the hallways and into the lobby, which, of course, cannot be the case since, I didn't see any horses. Very strange, yet very real. I only heard that sound the one time in the lobby, but I haven't stopped thinking about it since. And I'm always waiting to hear it again. Something I do experience quite frequently are the inexplicable cold spots. Walking down certain hallways, the temperature abruptly drops, and you feel as if an invisible presence suddenly brushes past you. Hair raises on the back of your neck, the feeling of unease washing over you, the whole thing. I have personally experienced this more than once, and not always the same spot. These places, these areas, it's not where ventilation is heavy or even present. No real or functional reason to experience these things, they just happen. The thing about them, too, is you just can't really ignore it. Whatever it is, it wants you to know it's there, where others don't seem to notice you at all. Possibly the most chilling encounters happen in the old ordnance elevator. There were times when I was operating the lift and the doors would simply open on a floor that nobody called for. I really didn't appreciate that happening. I don't run the lift anymore, but when I did and this would happen, I would imagine a woman standing there in front of me, a figure draped in a sort of tattered something or rather, hollow eyes. Then I'd suddenly snap out of it when the doors would slam shut, leaving me with a sense of inexplicable terror. Each time this happened, I knew the woman wasn't real, but as the doors were slamming, I also knew that I was seeing something else. It was the backs of several people, 4, maybe 5 men in suits. I'd watch as this group of feet rounded the corner and disappeared. I would hear something that I couldn't understand being called amongst the men. It was always the same split-second visual, and it happened more than a couple of times. They weren't doing anything wrong, but I knew they weren't real. Not anymore, anyway. In the past, they must have walked that route 1,000 times. I wonder often if that's what I'm seeing and hearing. Moments frozen in time, destined to be repeated or possibly experienced by someone else. One of my favorites are the stories of the shadows dancing in the ballroom. They've always fascinated me. I experience the sensation of being watched in there, usually when I'm alone in the ballroom. Strangely, though, I've also felt like I was watching others. Shadows really do dance along the perimeter of the room. I can't explain it, and it's not all the time, but it happens. Enough times to where the ballroom had to start being locked, figuring that would resolve the reports of people dancing or utilizing the ballroom after hours. But even still, janitorial staff frequently reports the sound of hushed voices filling the circumference of the room. I've never heard it, but at this point, I absolutely believe it. There's just too many strange things that have happened for me to assume that something else is impossible. I guess it's all these things that make me question the legitimacy of hauntings, meaning anything is possible. Had I not experienced things myself, I may not believe any of these things. But reoccurring encounters, the countless stories shared by guests and staff, it's hard not to be convinced that the Grand St. Clair Hotel is more than just a historic landmark. It's a place where the spirits of the past remain, and it makes me think about the times before this place was a hotel. What kinds of stories happened all around here, and where do all those spirits reside? I think history has a way of forever etching itself into the foundations around it, and I think that includes the hotel's very foundation. The eerie atmosphere, the unexplainable phenomena. It's enough to make even the most skeptical believe in the paranormal, I think. So if you ever find yourself in Fort Worth, make sure to check into the Grand St. Clair to experience the feeling for yourself. No, really, you should. It is a stunningly beautiful place to experience, haunted or not. Recently, my partner, who's a skeptic, and I have noticed an increase in unusual activity in our home. Our animals seem to notice and/or see things that we cannot. I have hours of footage of orbs in our living room, some of which the cats appear to chase or play with. Typically, activity will begin when it gets dark and continues well into the morning. Interestingly, my former cat scratching post is at the end of the buffet, under the television in the living room, which is also the location our current cats seem to be interested in. This particular video is of interest to me and most intriguing because there are no females in this home. No phone calls were made at this time, and the animals appear to hear it but don't seem afraid. Any thoughts? When my daughter was almost 3, she was in her new bed on the opposite side of the room that she and her little brother, my son, had shared. She asked me where the other mommy was. I was confused. She hadn't been in daycare since she was 6 months old. Wasn't in any sort of program, and I was a stay-at-home mom. I asked her what she was talking about. She said that sometimes she sees her other mommy, and hands come out of the wall. She said the hands were scary. She didn't like the hands. She didn't seem frightened of the other mommy. I didn't press, just let it go. Told her goodnight. I mean, she wasn't even 3 yet. Didn't watch TV and mostly just played with toys and went to the parks occasionally. That was the extent of her world thus far. Talk of the other mommy went on for about 6 months, but the hands talk went on for another year. She hated the wall that her bed was against. She talked about the scary hands coming out of her wall at least twice a week, but she never felt scared enough to not go to sleep or try to not sleep in her room, as long as her brother was in there. I've had 2 experiences in the apartment as well, with my bedroom door that was closed, with a clothes rack hanging on it, violently shaking for about 3 seconds one morning. I thought my husband had come home, but no one was there. My kids were in their rooms sleeping. They had a safety thing on the back doorknob. There's no way that one of them could have done it, and I had no pets. Another incident occurred when my family woke up to our front door being wide open. We never used the front door, and it stayed locked. We only used our garage. Nothing was stolen or out of place. It's a safe, quiet area in a suburb. Anyway, we moved soon after, and the hand talk was gone. She never really went into detail about any of it. I don't think she knew how to describe what was going on, and I didn't press. Any ideas on this one? This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down a rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour. An entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life. But as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsman, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat. And behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up, as I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises, same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero," Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better. And I took all of that love that I had inside of me and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe?" I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam, which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff, and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Sarah and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is, but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Saraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea, which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free. So please fucking leave. Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off, and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows. My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while, and that was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked. When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things. The witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband. She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. "Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you?" I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, "Shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft." When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, "Please don't leave again. You know how much I love you." I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. "I know how much he loved me," I cried. "And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad you won't even be able to breathe in here." At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. "Smith, are you okay?" Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, "You went back, didn't you?" I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, "Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing." I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it. It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. During my adolescence, at the age of 13, my parents decided to embark on a captivating trip to Mexico. We were accompanied by my 3 younger siblings. It started as a remarkable journey, one that unfolded on a moonlit night. We cruised along a picturesque highway in the state of Guanajuato. However, our tranquil drive took an alarming turn when I noticed an imposing Chevrolet van trailing closely behind us for too long. Feeling a sudden surge of fear welling up within me, I asked my father to allow the mysterious vehicle to overtake us, to pass. Sensing the distress in my voice, my father promptly maneuvered our rental car to the side, granting passage to the van. To my surprise, the van mirrored our actions and pulled over behind us, its driver emerging into the night, brandishing a menacing stick. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my father swiftly instructed us all to seek refuge by crouching down in our seats. With determination etched on his face, he accelerated the car. It propelled us forward with an unwavering determination towards the nearest town. A mere 5 miles away, but it sure felt like forever. Despite our desperate attempts to flee this car, the relentless van quickly closed the distance, this time shrouded in darkness as it extinguished its headlights. Our Buick, pushed to its limits, valiantly persevered, propelling us toward the sanctuary of a nearby hotel. As we approached the hotel's entrance, my father unleashed a cacophony of urgent honks, piercing the nighttime silence. Miraculously, the van, sensing our determination and the prospect of intervention, relinquished its pursuit. It receded into the shadows and disappeared from sight. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter, my father sought solace from the empathetic hotel clerks. It was then that my parents were enlightened about the distressing prevalence of local kidnappings in the area. These encounters usually involve perpetrators who would cunningly disable their headlights, force unsuspecting vehicles off the road, and abduct the occupants at gunpoint. In retrospect, my father revealed to me that the stick that was wielded by the driver was in fact a disguised rifle, adding an additional layer of terror to our already traumatic ordeal. It suddenly became clear why he'd instructed all of us to duck. Mountain Dew saved me a pretty traumatic memory that my cousin wasn't lucky enough to avoid. When I was around 8 to 10 years old, I'd spend a few weekends out of the summer at my Uncle Tony's. My cousin Christopher and I were around the same age, and Tony would take us fishing the morning after I arrived. I always really looked forward to this weekend, and it wouldn't be uncommon for me to already be awake as Tony came downstairs to make us breakfast before leaving. To wake us up fast, he gave us Mountain Dew at the crack of dawn. It would get us all jazzed up on caffeine. I especially like Mountain Dew, so it's safe to say I had a bit more than I probably should have. The lake we fished at was a little over an hour away. At the halfway point, there's this rest area we stop at for coffee and cookies. Tony's made it a tradition, and this time I'm extra eager because the Mountain Dew I'd consumed had filled my bladder to emergency status. When we pulled into the rest stop parking lot, Tony and I got out to use the facilities. Christopher stayed in the truck playing his Sega Game Gear. He had his headphones plugged into the aux cable and was completely immersed in whatever he was playing. He's using a portable car charger that's plugged into the cigarette lighter. Tony leaves the car running for him so as not to kill the Game Gear's charge. We were going to be quick. I was already running for the bathrooms. Tony, probably being more concerned about creeps in the bathroom than creeps in the parking lot, takes off in a light jog behind me. In our defense, we were fast. The truck was physically out of sight for a maximum 3 minutes. And there was also a large wooden rowboat strapped to the back of it. Uncle Tony and I are walking back from the bathrooms. The parking lots are directly in front of us, but we're headed towards the coffee and cookies, which is diagonal to where we parked. But the view of the parking lot begins to open up as we head towards it. That's when Uncle Tony stops and says, "Where's the fucking truck?" In the time it took from us to get from the bathrooms to back, someone had stolen Tony's truck, boat, and literal firstborn child. It was in the blink of an eye. The truck had already made it onto the freeway. Tony ran to the woman at the coffee counter, asking if she'd seen anything, but she couldn't help us. We used a payphone to dial 911. I stand next to Tony as he frantically tells the operator what's happened. Meanwhile, in the truck, it's not until the truck is actually merging onto the interstate that Christopher looks up and realizes it wasn't us in the truck. He takes his headphones out and asks the man what he's doing. The guy smells like garbage. He looks in the rearview mirror back at Christopher, surprised and angered at what he sees in the back seat. He then pulls a knife from inside of his coat pocket. He holds it back to Christopher, demanding that he crawl into the front seat with him. Christopher said his eyes looked like large rodent eyes. The truck would be dangerously swerving, and his eyes would dart back from him to the road, and then back to him again when he gained control. Christopher doesn't comply, so the man starts yelling, telling him to take off his clothes. He's basically telling Christopher that he's going to sexually assault him all the way up the I-90. While he's telling Christopher this crazy stuff, he's unbuttoning his pants and trying to pull them down with his hand while using his knees to steer. The next time the truck swerved into an adjacent lane, it sideswiped a small car. The car goes left into the guardrail. The truck jerks right in an attempt to correct, but it's going too fast and begins to jackknife before it all flips. Christopher's thrown from the truck as it begins to turn over. His body sent through the open passenger window into the grass of the median. The truck flipped from under, so he was launched straight down instead of up and out like a catapult, which I think is the best case scenario given the options. Bystanders wouldn't let the driver leave, so police were able to arrest him. Meanwhile, back at the rest stop, a trooper takes me and Uncle Tony to see Christopher at the hospital. He would have both of his legs broken in the accident. He'd have to spend the rest of that summer and most of that fall trying to get strength back in his legs to walk again. Still, even now, he says that accident was definitely him dodging a bullet, and had they not crashed, he'd be worse off than he is now. When I was 21, I went on a mother-daughter vacation with my mom to South Carolina. On our last night there, we decided to finish off our rum and coke and relax in the hot tub. Though it was dark, my mom wanted to walk on the beach and feel the waves come up on the shore one last time. As we walk the beach down to the water, my mom's quite a bit ahead of me, and suddenly I see a group of people taking a nightly stroll. At first, I thought I was innocent. I took my drink with me and was just finishing it off as the group of people came into view. Then I noticed it was a large group of young men, probably mid to late 20s, about a dozen of them. I realized that they were watching me finish my drink, and the beginning of the group had walked a little bit past me and then stopped, while the others remained in front of me, also stopped, meaning I was suddenly surrounded by them. I became very aware of every inch of my skin that my bathing suit was revealing, and I knew that they knew I was drinking. They also thought I was alone, since my mother was down at the waves and far enough away to seem like a third party. I went to walk between what I saw was an opening in the group, but as I did, two of these men touched me, grabbing my sides and shoulders to keep me in the center of their man-made circle. I told them to get off me, not to touch me, and they held their hands up dramatically, as if I was being unreasonable, telling me to calm down, sweetheart. They let me keep walking, but continued circling me as they did, trying to talk to me, while I was focusing on my mother and trying to ignore them. It had only been a few seconds, but it felt much longer. One of the guys then grabs my ass from behind, and at this point I'd had enough. I go to turn around and confront the man, but another grabs my arm, pulling me closer to him, tightly. My back is against his front, and I realize I have no good angle to hit this guy, or a way to escape. So, I scream, as loud as I can. The men only get closer. Suddenly, my mom turns around, and she saw what was happening. I then hear a roaring yell coming from her direction. She's screaming, "Hey, you better get the hell away from her." And she's running towards us. Half of the group is thrown off by the sudden involvement of this woman, but a couple stick around, specifically the guy that wouldn't let me go. He tells the woman to mind her own business. This time, my mom's close enough that she doesn't need to use her words. She grabs one of my arms, pulling me from the man, while simultaneously kicking him right in the balls. He releases me, and as he hit the ground, we quickly stormed off the beach, back to our hotel and hot tub. We told the hotel staff about the men, asking them not to let them in the hotel. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the gates to the beach, expecting them to walk through. If not for my mother, I don't know what they would have attempted.